We'll call the city council meeting to order. It's 5:05 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffiths.
Here.
Councilmember Kaji.
Here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Lewis.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. 14B, Conference with Labor Negotiator. 14C, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. 14D, Public Employee Performance Evaluation. 14E, Real Property Conference with Real Property Negotiator. And 14F, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code, Section 54957, 54957.6, 54957, 54957B1, 54956.8, and 54956.9D1. We will return to closed session. Thank you. We'll now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please remain standing or rise, and Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilwoman Lewis in the invocation.
Please join me as we pay tribute to our flag and our country.
Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, we thank you for each mind and each heart that is present tonight. Enable us to draw upon the wisdom of the experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Let us pray for tolerance, that we can do more together and carefully, thoughtfully listen to alternative points of view and find collaborative decisions that benefit all of Torrance. Let us pray for the health, prosperity, and happiness of our collective community. We ask for your guidance and grace in your name. Amen.
Thank you both. On to item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
I'll take a second.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Good evening, Your Honor. Autumn Torrance City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 7, oral communications. Item 8C, community services, accept and file update on city's animal control program. 9C, from Finance and Government Operations Committee, accept and file annual comprehensive financial report to fiscal year ended 22-23 and fiscal year 23-24 mid-year budget review report. Approve proposed program modifications, appropriate funds. 9D, from the Transportation Committee, to accept and file report on public safety at transit stations and terminals, and provide direction on official position regarding LA Metro C-Line extension to Torrance. And lastly, item 10C, which is from Community Services, Community Development, to conduct public hearing on Land Use Study 24-0001 regarding proposed amendment to Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to the approval process and placement of pickleball courts in PU, Public Use Zone, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code, adopt California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA exemption. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. And this one is about the Torrance Fire Department's recognition. Tonight, I'd like to recognize and congratulate our Torrance Fire Department, led by Fire Chief David Dumais, for their recent milestone achievement. On February 27th, 2024, Torrance Fire was reaccredited by the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, or CFAI. This remains for a 5-year period and reflects the department's dedication to upholding the highest industry standards for professionalism, efficiency, and safety. Through rigorous self-evaluation and continuous improvement efforts, the department demonstrated its readiness to meet the evolving needs of the community and challenges of modern firefighting and emergency response. The accreditation process conducted by the CFAI is comprehensive and demanding and demonstrates the Torrance Fire Department's adherence to best practices and capacity to deliver exceptional service to our Torrance residents and businesses alike. The prestigious distinction is also a testament to the unwavering dedication and professionalism of your team in serving our community. It continues to instill confidence in our residents and businesses that are receiving the highest standard of fire and emergency services. I'd like to commend Chief Dumais for his leadership and his team for their ongoing commitment to excellence and holding the highest standards of professionalism, safety, and service. Thank you. Next item, I'm gonna make a comment about Women's History Month. This month marks Women's History Month, a time to celebrate the remarkable contributions and achievements of women throughout history and within our own community. Torrance has been fortunate to be shaped by the leadership and dedication of many remarkable women, including those who paved the way for progress and prosperity in our city. Former mayors Katie Geiser and Dee Hardison have vision, courage, and resilience, very much like my colleagues on the dais. Councilwoman Lewis and Kalani, both of you continue to make a difference with your passion for your community and your unwavering commitment to service.
Thank you.
The Torrance Area Chamber of Commerce also recently hosted their annual Women of Influence Luncheon at the beautiful Sunrider International headquarters, and two of our very own were recognized. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager, and Councilman Lewis, both within their respective fields. From city leaders to community organizers, educators, and healthcare workers, business leaders, to the grandmothers, mothers, aunts, sisters, daughters, and all female figures, I applaud you for helping to shape the fabric of our community. Thank you. Next item. This week, several of my colleagues and I, as a matter of fact, yesterday, had the privilege of hosting esteemed guests from American Honda Motor Company as they prepare for a transition in their executive leadership. I'd like to share my heartfelt congratulations to President Noria Kaihara. Beginning next month, Mr. Kaihara will take the helm at Honda Motor Company in Japan, which is the parent company of American Honda Motor, as their next director and executive vice president and representative executive officer. His tenure as president of American Honda Motor has been marked by innovation, dedication, and unwavering commitment to excellence. I have no doubt he will continue to harness the power of dreams to drive Honda Motor Company to even greater heights. We'd like to extend a warm welcome to his successor, Mr. Kazuhiro Takizawa. Your extensive experience and leadership abroad will undoubtedly strengthen the company's position in the global marketplace. We look forward to future collaborations and strengthening in our corporate partnership to continue enriching our community in countless ways. Next item would be Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to remind the public that the city is embarking on a Torrance Civic Center master plan and economic feasibility study. As part of this process, city staff has initiated a robust community engagement strategy to capture your insights. We are eager to hear your thoughts on the vision, priorities, and goals that should shape the Civic Center master plan. You can take the community survey online at torranceca.gov or get a physical copy at any city library branch or at the One Stop Permit Center. Survey deadline has been extended until March 31st, 2024. Attendees of tonight's City Council meeting can find hard copies at the back of the chambers. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact the City Manager's office at 310-618-5880 or send an email to landmanagement@torranceca.gov. Your input is much appreciated to shape the future of our Civic Center campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you for all the emails and the well wishes sent to me by all of you because I missed last 2 meetings. I'm one of those guys who has never missed any of my classes in school. My work, I have perfect attendance. But unfortunately, this time I had no control. And I missed 2 important meetings. And for that, I apologize for my constituents. But your love, your emails, they're very gratifying. I was very touched. Thank you so much for all your emails. And I want to thank Councilman Griffiths and Kalani for praying for me during non-sectarian invocation. And Mayor Chen put his hands on my shoulders and prayed for me. And also, Matucci has been sending emails to me almost every day. And Councilmember Lewis, she's been bugging me that you better come back or else. But thanks again. I am very, very humbled and thankful, and pleasure to be here. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Shake, I think you have the next one on small cell towers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. In response to concerns made by community members, city staff updated information regarding small cell sites in Torrance. In 2021, the City Council adopted an amendment to the Small Cell Wireless Policy Number 1, which was intended to establish reasonable, uniform, and comprehensive standards and procedures for small wireless facilities. The policy was designed to ensure appropriate balance between public and private interest, protecting the city's visual character from potential adverse impacts or visual blight that is created or exacerbated by small wireless facilities and related communication infrastructure, while promoting access to high-quality advanced wireless services for the city's residents, business, and visitors. While federal law states that local governments cannot prohibit personal wireless services, the city can regulate these sites by providing detailed application and approval processes to companies providing location requirements and overseeing the design process of these sites. The community can find popular facts and questions regarding this issue, including where small cell sites are being installed, to how this will benefit wireless services around the city. Please go to trendingintorrance.com. I was also informed that the Community Development Department will be bringing needed amendments to the small cell wireless ordinance in the future for City Council's consideration. The community is invited to participate and attend any future meetings regarding the proposed amendments to the ordinance regulating cell sites. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Tucci, about Pitch Torrance.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Well, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the first Pitch Torrance event will be held at the Toyota Meeting Hall at the Torrance Cultural Arts Center on Tuesday, March 19th from 2 to 5 p.m. Businesses interested in becoming a vendor for the City of Torrance can learn more about the city process, as well as meet with department representatives responsible for the purchasing of goods and services. They write the checks. Whether you have a product or a service that may meet a current need by the city or a solution for something we have not yet imagined, I encourage you to attend and learn more. More information on the event and to reserve your spot with a city representative, go to torranceca.gov/pitch Torrance. Again, the website is torranceca.gov/pitch Torrance, or contact the Office of Economic Development at 310-618-5807. Again, the number 310-618-5807. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe the next one, Councilman Kaji.
Sorry, Your Honor. In late February, the city received a lease proposal from the Torrance Police Department to potentially establish a substation at the Westgate Shopping Center located at 17498 Hawthorne Boulevard. This opportunity allows the department to expand its presence and improve services for the community. I am requesting council concurrence to instruct staff to prepare an agenda item for discussion. Staff will present findings on the lease terms, pricing, and potential capital improvements needed for occupancy, which may require council reconsideration or consideration for budget allocation. Do I have council concurrence? Thank you.
That was a 7-0.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited to announce the upcoming 49th annual Bunkasai event, the Japanese Cultural Festival held here at the Torrance Cultural Arts Facilities. It'll be happening on the Saturday and Sunday, April 20th and 21st, and both days it will run from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is an event that's sponsored by the Torrance Sister City Association. It's a major fundraiser for our Sister City Association to help the student exchange that we do every year with our students that we send to Japan and to our Sister City Kashiwa, as well as to receive students from Kashiwa here during the summertime for their cultural exchange here to the United States and to Torrance. At this event, you can enjoy tasty lunches, sweets, arts and craft items, cultural performances, dance, music, martial arts exhibitions, and demonstrations. This is all presented by the Torrance Sister City Association. And if you want more information or a flyer on the event, please go to their website, torrancesistercity.org. A fabulous event for the 49th year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe the last one is Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met on Thursday, March 7th, 2024, and received presentations from the Fire Department staff on the following items: the Torrance Fire Department Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover 2023 document, the achievement of re-accreditation by the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, the Torrance Fire Department Annual Quality Improvement Update Report for 2023, and the SB 1205 Compliance Report for 2023. The committee approved the staff's recommendations to bring forth a City Council item to accept and file the reports. The committee will present an item at a future council meeting. I'd also like to congratulate once again Chief DeMay and all of the Torrance Fire Department on another successful accreditation. Thank you for all of your dedication, each and every one of you. Thank you.
For item 6A, I'm going to come to the podium. Item 6A is the recognition of a $10,000 donation from the Torrance Refining Company, LLC, for the Torrance Police Department's John J. New Leadership Academy. In 2010, the Torrance Department, in partnership with the Torrance Unified School District, developed a leadership program to assist our youth in preparation for their journey through high school and into adulthood. The John J. New Leadership Academy is a 10-week program designed for Torrance students who are preparing to enter high school. The program is presented by instructors proven to be effective within the police department's Torrance Community Counseling Unit. The intervention and guidance provided by the instructors is invaluable to program participants by assisting them in making sound decisions in a number of critical areas of their lives. These life lessons will continue to be beneficial to them as they develop into successful adults. The Torrance Refining Company is generously sponsoring this leadership program by donating funds that will enable the program to continue through 2024. The donation received tonight from the Torrance Refinery will fund 2 leadership programs in the current calendar year. The Torrance Refining Company's support of the John J. New Leadership Academy benefits the entire community by positively influencing Torrance youth. The City of Torrance Torrance Police Department and the Torrance Unified School District are extremely grateful to the Torrance Refinery and its ongoing commitment to our community. Now I would like to ask Alexandra Lakatos from the Torrance Refining Company to present the donation to our Assistant Torrance Police Chief Dunn and Maylee Tai, Juvenile Diversion Caseworker. Come to the podium, please. Do you have any words you want to share? Okay. There's no words to be spoken. So on behalf of the City of Torrance and the Torrance Police Department, we thank you. I thought you were going to hang on to the check. Let's see. Moving on to oral communications. Number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers in the oral communications are limited to either oral communications number 1 or number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If you are presenting material to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. City clerk, it's now 6:59.
Dennis King.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dennis King. I live over in Southeast Torrance, and I frequently walk at Wilson Park in the morning, like starting at 6 o'clock. And I don't know if you're aware of it, but 90% of the lights at the park are non-functional right now. The parking lot is very dangerous for us walkers because it's the time change, and I don't know what the problem is, but appreciate it if they could look into it. And secondly, I guess this is Public Works. A neighbor of ours received a notice on her green barrel stating that in the green can for the organic waste must be in a paper bag and not a plastic bag. We bought these online. They're biodegradable plastic bags, and now we're being told by that notice that we cannot use these, and they're special designed for biodegradable.
Thank you, sir. You know, we'll have staff follow up with you. Maybe you can leave a contact information, or staff could provide a contact so that we can follow up with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Charlie Salinas.
Once again, I'd like to congratulate the re-elected city council members and the new council member. And at the same time, I'd like to voice my appreciation and gratitude for all the city employees that work every day under the leadership of our great council and mayor. Now, we all like to keep our property nice and safe. And can you imagine what it's like for a whole city to be done like our city of Torrance is? And I just truly appreciate living here in Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mary Ann?
It's been more than 5 years since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was killed within 15 seconds of being approached by Torrance PD. And it is still, yet the only unmet demand is to create an independent civilian oversight commission. One that is free and is the only one that creates any hope of change to the city's abysmal reputation. It is not sufficient to hold secret hearings that I'm sure are led by the chief of police and come back here and say how you voted, those of you who are entangled and compromised and biased. It only creates more suspicion to hold those secret meetings and a biased civil service committee. Open it up, put independent civilians on it, create an independent civilian oversight commission. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment on that. I think the city attorney just outbriefed that in the last 2 city council meetings during closed session, we did make decisions. The 7 of us here today, and the last time the 6 of us as civilians, we did take action and termination of police officer. Okay.
Susan?
I want to echo my friend's call for an independent civilian police oversight commission in Torrance. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's deplorable murder within 15 seconds of encountering Torrance PD is just one of many examples. Even more recently, there was the scandal about a dozen Torrance PD members exchanging racist comments via text chat and on and on and on. This is not something that can be handled through the police themselves doing some kind of internal oversight or by city officials that have relationships with the police department. This is something that needs to be handled via an independent civilian oversight commission.
Dr. Gingham Ing?
Sir, you can start speaking.
To be given, you said it would be given to the city council and everybody before I start my speak, because I only have 1 minute, so I'm waiting for it to be done. Thank you to the city clerk. Thank you to the city clerk. So what is this fire department hiding? Why haven't they released the HCA to the public for the critical analysis of the hazards at the Torrance Refining Company? Who will pay for damages if PBF Energy has a major HF catastrophe? What PBF certification of financial responsibility, has been filed with the City of Torrance Fire Department? On page, we have reviewed a 693-page thing from the LA City Fire Department for the Wilmington refinery in Valero. And on the second page is one example of what the city, LA City, had, and it's an unsigned document, supposed to be notarized, about financial responsibility. So there's a lot of gotchas hiding in there.
Ann Minder?
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to invite you to the 6th annual STEM Day at the airport.
which we're holding again this year at Robinson Helicopters. They've graciously allowed us to do that. The purpose of this is to provide hands-on aviation applications of STEM education to all the kids in our STEM career tracks at the 4 high schools. And excitingly, this year, we're going to be able to invite Madrona Middle School, so we'll have 25 middle school kids coming as well for a total of 150 students this year. The exciting thing about having the middle schoolers is they can be inspired about what science, technology, engineering, and math could do for them, what their careers would look like when they're young enough to kind of develop the course of their studies through high school. When you wait too long, it's almost too late. This is a partnership between the Torrance Airport Association, Robinson Helicopter, Torrance Unified School District, and the city. So thank you very much for your cooperation.
Terry Nguyen.
Mayor and Torrance City Council. I am here on behalf of Pickleball. As a
Miss, are you referring to the agenda item on pickleball?
yes.
Then you have to wait till we get to that item. Right
Well,
now, it's
my name was called.
I think you put your name in there, but you will have time when we talk about pickleball. I just want to make sure you will get time. Thank you. Yeah, again, this is oral communications 1 on consent calendar and items not on the agenda. If we still have time left for anyone from the public who wish to speak in oral communications number 1. You have 1 minute, and please come to the microphone.
Good evening. I'm just going to make it short and sweet. There was some small graffiti in my neighborhood, and I called the line, and within days it was gone. And I just want to say thank you. You know, it really makes a difference because it's like a cancer, and if you nip it in the bud, then maybe we can keep our city clean and safe. I don't know what these gangs do, if they get meaner and more aggressive with the tagging and then end up doing other stuff, but I'm glad I don't know. But thank you for helping us keep the city clean.
Thank you for the feedback, and we also have an app you could use to submit for a graffiti hotline as well. Go ahead.
I did actually bring flyers, but I didn't realize I needed to bring 11, so I have 10. I'm with the League of Women Voters. I'm the president, Gloria Gutierrez, of the Torrance area, and we have an event that we've just confirmed at Toyota Meeting Hall for March 28th at 7 p.m. This event is a continuing part of our series on grappling with racism, bias, and discrimination in the South Bay, and the title is Community Solutions. So we'll have a panel of 4 individuals locally who can all speak to this topic, including Sydney Morrison, who's a retired principal in Torrance Unified, Esther Lim, who wrote a book about responding to hate crime for the Asian community, and 2 professors, academics actually. One at Dominguez, Dr. Anthony Samad, who is the executive director of the Damali Institute, and a colleague of
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else from the public who wish to speak during oral communication number 1? Please come to the microphone.
James Henry. We have an elected Torrance City Council person who's more concerned about a Japanese pitcher hitter who's making $700 million over 10 years and $70 million a year than he is with the survivor of the North Torrance Girls Softball League who play their games on the girls softball fields at the Hamilton Adult School, 2606 West 182nd Street in North Torrance. Question, is he bought out and paid for by the Torrance Teachers Association, also known as the Teachers Union?
All right. That was an interesting interesting one. Do you have anyone else who wishes to speak? Please let him have his 1 minute. Thank you.
I wait here like the other guy a minute. All right. Last week I went to Redondo Beach City Council meeting. They let me talk 3 minutes, and they did not have this barrier. And not just they let me talk, I could go down to the podium. I could call off the consent calendar items if I wanted to. They are democratic society, not like here. I was just here reminding you, you're not opening the meeting on time, and then you intimidated me, I'm gonna be kicked out. You intimidated a person who cares about Torrance. I'm here every meeting. I try to keep your head out of your butthole, and then you're threatening me that I'm gonna be kicked out before even the meeting started? Where did you learn this? Where did you learn this, sir? Huh?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Redondo Beach. And I said I thanked Redondo Beach last time as well. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak? We have only 1 minute left, so one last person who wishes to speak. Okay. And by the way, it was not a threat, it was a warning. All right. Moving on to consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Griffiths?
8C, please.
8C, Councilman Shake.
8C, thank you.
You both want 8C, so do I have a motion to concur with the items on consent calendar with the exception of 8C?
Motion to consent and approve the consent calendar 8A and 8B.
Second.
You need to click. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9. Oh, my bad. I'm going ahead. 8C, staff? Or we have a question first, maybe we'll ask.
I'll go ahead and start since I pulled this one. First, I want to thank staff for their efforts to beef up our animal control program. It's something that has been needed for a long time. Our animal control program has not been where I think a lot of us would like it to be, and so we appreciate the improvements that are being made. And in reading the agenda item, one thing really jumped out at me that is something I think is concerning, and that's in regards to the actual licensing that's been done for the dogs in our community. I think it's a requirement that if you're a dog owner, you are required to have a license for your dog in our city, although it's optional for cats, but it is a mandatory requirement for dog owners. And if you look at the numbers that are included on page 2 of the agenda item, the number of licenses has dropped pretty dramatically over the years. And I don't have any evidence to support this statement except for my general observations, but it sure seems like there's more and more dogs in our community than what this licensing report shows. So one of the big issues I'm concerned about, and I think we've talked about this before, and I don't know whatever happened to it, is what are we doing to be a little bit more enforcing of our dog licensing requirements?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Shane Lee, Administrative Analyst, Community Service Department. So thank you so much for your question, Councilmember Griffith. So a few of the steps that staff is currently taking is improving our outreach and just community engagement. Right now we're working on a social media campaign just to incorporate more of just the education piece and trying to inform our residents who are pet owners that they should be licensing every year. Part of that is reaching out in all of our communication channels. We're trying to reach out to all the veterinarian and animal hospitals and animal businesses so that they're also up to date and aware and could possibly share that information to those pet owners as well.
When a person adopts a pet, for instance, at the county shelter, are they required at that time to pay the license for the city that their pet will be living in, or is that an optional thing?
They are required, if they're city residents, to purchase their license at that time. The county itself wouldn't be administering or enforcing that if they get it from the county shelter.
So if I go to the county shelter, they're going to tell me I need to do it, but they're not going to force me to pay to them?
Correct.
So how do we get a list from the county of all the purchases or the adoptions of pets from the county shelter for residents of our city so that we know who should be licensed?
That's, currently, it's not something that we receive from the county, but it's something that we can follow up on.
Yeah, I think it would be a reasonable thing for them to, if they're providing pets to our community and we have a mandatory rule for that, I think it's reasonable that we would be able to get that information so we could follow up with a courtesy letter to those new pet owners, kind of informing them of the rules and regulations of pet ownership in our city. And I think that would be a reasonable thing that we do to get them early on. The other thing is do we follow up? Let's say that someone's had a dog license for 1 or 2 years, and all of a sudden there's no longer a license coming in. Do we do follow-ups to find out what happened to that dog?
The city doesn't quite have the capability or staff capacity to follow up with every single license out there.
Yeah, I know the city, the residents of our community are asking for more and more services related to our pets. Dog parks, more and more animal control services. And so I think it's important that we balance those additional benefits to the other side of the revenue generation. And that's why or part of the reason why we require licensing of our pets is to help pay for these services. And for the city not to do that, in my opinion, is a little bit on the negligent side. So I'd like to hope that we can be a little bit more forceful in enforcing our regulations in regarding to pet ownership and making sure our residents are responsible pet owners and do the right thing. So I appreciate any efforts in that regard. I don't know if we need to have a formal request to do that.
That's not necessary, Councilman. Honorable Torrance City Manager, we will follow up.
Okay, because
And
I think
either-
we asked for this before.
Either staff or through our contract that we already have for business license, we'll be
All right.
able to track down and.
I'd sure like to see that improve, and that's all my comments, so I think my colleague has another question or comment.
Councilmember, if I may, so one of the things that staff we've currently undertaken as well is we partner with our official license provider, DocuPet. So they do have a list of all of those kind of pet owners who had licenses previously and for whatever reason aren't active anymore. So they do have the ability, and we've asked them now to incorporate just further follow-ups with it through through the mail system or email updates as far as the, again, education and continual kind of push to encourage them to follow those things.
So that's in our contract with them?
It's not a contract, it's just something that we've asked and that they've cooperated with us.
I know there's possibilities for doing stuff, I just hope that we actually can do it. Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention about having our pets both spayed and neutered and microchip program. So I know we used to do a free microchip program on the weekends or at farmers market. Are we looking back to doing that again?
So that's something staff is currently identifying vendors who can provide that kind of clinic where they can provide both vaccination and or microchipping services, and we're looking to identify those costs and staff and facility availabilities for that specific concern.
Okay, that's something that I would definitely want to engage with. And then also, so far so good with the rangers in doing our animal control program. We've had a lot of positive feedback from the community. Still some more work to do, but I'm very, very thankful and very optimistic that we will get back to where we were in our animal control program. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Shane, for the detailed information. Appreciate it. A couple of questions on Torrance Rangers. We have 3, I think 1 lead and then 2 Torrance Rangers. I'm not mistaken.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Vic Revel, Community Services. Councilmember Shake, currently there is Ranger Supervisor, myself, and 2 lead rangers on duty.
Okay. So, over the weekends, if someone contact for a lost or if they find dogs, so if they contact us, I know most of the time they contact our police department, and then towards police, they give them or forward the information to rangers. Is that correct?
Correct, and we are working on expanding our services, and currently we are staffing 2 Saturdays a month. We're looking at implementing 4 Saturdays a month.
So right now, we do not have the services. So
Not 4 Saturdays, but 2, yes. So we do have one of the full-time rangers on duty on Saturdays twice a month.
So the contract that we have with LA, they will not assist us even with over the weekends?
No, they will.
They will?
They will, yes.
So if someone contact the police and police is gonna contact rangers, or they're gonna call the police, LA, or who's gonna call LA?
Depending on what the situation is, they have the ability to contact both the rangers and the county.
But we have a system in place that if someone notify over the weekend or off hours, we should be able to have that dog rescued.
Yes, sir.
Okay. About the clinics that you mentioned earlier, we do not have the rabies or the vaccination clinic at the farmer's market present, but we are thinking about bringing it back, just to make sure I understand.
Yes, correct. We currently don't have any clinics provided.
And Councilmember Shea, good evening. John LaRock, Community Services Director. I would add that we would not conduct that at the farmer's market. Animals are prohibited at the farmer's market, so that would be a standalone event, not associated with the market.
So we never had at farmer's market. There was some assumption that we used to have in farmer's market.
I'm not aware of that because none of us were here at that time.
Okay, okay. About the dog leash ordinance, there are some of the parks we didn't have any signs. Do we have all parks have the signs that this is an ordinance? At this point, do we have every single park with the signs? Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. You got a couple more. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Since we opened the door to the conversation, might have been a few years ago, I had brought up the concern about, pets being euthanized that are perfectly healthy. And I had brought up the idea of contracting out to only no-kill shelters. But I was told at the time that there's really no true no-kill shelter because certain pets that are ill or terminal are euthanized. But I know right now we're contracted with LA County, but I do know that LA County tends to put down hundreds of thousands of pets. So I don't know if it's per year, but quite a bit of pets that are perfectly healthy. Is there a consideration? I know we're talking about the licensing fees and everything else, but I think this would incorporate into the recapture of the cost, right? Is there maybe a talk about sanctuaries within Torrance? So if a pet is picked up, perfectly healthy pet, picked up within the city boundaries, can that pet be put in a sanctuary adoption program versus just sending them off to county and being terminated?
Thanks, Councilor Bertucci. Staff did diligent research on providers who could give us the level of service that LA County Shelter does currently, primarily for the kenneling of all the animals that both Torrance residents as well as lead ranger and other staff do remit to the shelter. We have not found a provider of any type, whether it's safe shelter or typical shelter, that can handle the volume that we provide. So at this point, we don't have an option beyond the LA County Shelter within the city or in the region, frankly.
Now, are we able to run our own sanctuary if we were to go that direction in the future?
It would require both the space, staffing, and budget to support such a facility. And we're not researched at this point to discuss what that really would entail and what our legal obligations might be in terms of long-term kenneling and care for an animal's full lifespan. that would be an extreme endeavor for us.
Yeah, I mean, I used to volunteer with a group called Rabbitat for Humanity, which was basically abandoned rabbits. You know, because during Easter time, all the kids want rabbits. Then a couple weeks later, they don't play with them anymore, and they're abandoned. So we would have hundreds of rabbits that were rescued, and yes, we would keep them until they were adopted again, basically. I like to see Torrance take a better approach than just handing them off to LA County in the future. I understand it's expensive, but you know, we're talking about living creatures that we protect heavily with our coyote program, but yet, you know, if they get lost, you know, sometimes, you know, and they're not chipped or whatever, and they get lost into the system and then eventually terminated, and they're perfectly healthy, and that's a shame.
Well, Mr. Revelo can expand on this, but I will say that the animal control staff does have a very good rehoming rate with the animals they do collect in town in various circumstances.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it's true that dogs must be registered, licensed in the city of Torrance. They must also have a rabies vaccination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a way to also require that they be chipped and the chip be registered?
Councilmember Kalani, that would require an amendment to the municipal code currently, but yes, that's possible.
Okay, thank you. And just kind of a shout out regarding microchipping. Just about anything can be microchipped. Your rabbits, your birds, our 5-ounce, our 4-ounce, 9-inch bird is microchipped. Rainbow Kalani, yes, she's microchipped. But snakes, lizards, turtles, even your high-valued large fish can be microchipped. So please microchip, but more importantly, register it. But I would like to see us potentially require microchipping. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
I just wanted to bring your attention to one of our supplements by one of our citizens who's also, I believe, the lead administrator for Torrance Lost and Found Pets. She had some excellent recommendations that are of low cost to the city, almost no cost to the city. And so if we can start to incorporate that in, I think it would make your jobs a lot easier with community support. But again, I thank you for what you've done so far.
Thank you.
So how does the council wish to proceed on item 8C?
I'll make a motion to accept item 8C.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
All right. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
There is this evening. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Brianne Cohen, Civil Service Manager, City Manager's Office. It's the recommendation of the city manager that your honorable body set a hearing date of Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, to conduct a closed hearing to consider an appeal of the Civil Service Commission's decision sustaining the termination of a police officer. The hearing and the appeal of the termination of a police officer was delegated to a hearing officer by the commission on October 24th, 2022. The hearing officer heard the matter and submitted their findings on January 15th, 2024. On January 22nd, 2024, the Civil Service Commission adopted the hearing officer's findings, recommendations, and upheld the termination of the police officer. On January 29th, 2024, the Commission formally adopted their decision to sustain the termination. And on February 8th, 2024, the appellant's attorney filed a timely appeal of the Civil Service Commission's decision. Both parties indicated that June 18th is an acceptable date to proceed with this appeal hearing. The hearing is recommended to start at 5 p.m. in council chambers, and the appellant has requested a closed session. Civil service staff is preparing to provide the record in this matter for your review, and I'm available for any questions on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Let's go to the public. I think we have a person who wishes to speak.
Brian Rickey.
Oh, okay, that's for 9B. Okay. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on item 9A?
Here is poor chap saving the day. Anyhow, I would be much happier. I'm very happy you get this meeting, and I don't know, you paying this guy in the past 2 years? Huh? Yes? No?
I don't exactly.
Yeah. Go
He's
ahead.
getting paid? Okay. So maybe get rid of all the secrecy, you know, the secret meeting, you call them closed session. Because I'm making videos, you know, and last time I made a video with the civil service, you know, the fire captain, you know, did not cut the grade, you know, did not know how to use the radio and the tablet, and he's still making $280,000. So I would like to know the name. You know, you cannot talk to each other up. You cannot talk to each other up there. Violation of the Brown Act. So anyway, I would like to know what this guy did, the name, and why are they getting paid for 2 years?
I'm just wondering if the city attorney could just provide some clarity, because I think there's a lot of confusions and accusations going on.
Yeah,
about
all I
process.
asked is I'm sorry, I asked the mayor to have the city attorney explain the process so that there's no secrecy. That's all I said, so I apologize.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. The Brown Act provides that personnel matters can be held in closed session. The Peace Officer Bill of Rights also provides that, so the officer has the choice whether to have that discipline hearing in closed session or in open session.
All right. Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item? Not, I'll take a motion to concur with the date of Tuesday, June 18, 2024 for the closed hearing date.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths abstaining.
Item 9B from the city managers, there's staff presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. No presentation per se. This item is in response to a request by Councilmember Griffiths to bring this back, requesting the council to consider a subsidy of the special event fee for use of El Retiro Park for the Hollywood Riviera Sportsman's Club annual Easter egg hunt. In the past, the event was reserved under a general picnic rental fee, but due to the fact that the event has grown each year, as many of our other events have grown, impacts more of the park, includes more staffing. This year, it was requested that the special event fee of $500 be charged to the group. So with that it's a nonprofit organization, the council member was asking about it and asked that your honorable body consider including this in as a subsidy, since we do have a designated fund for those types of things.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for bringing this back as I requested. The Hollywood Riviera Sportsman's Club has been doing this for a long time. In fact, my kids, as I mentioned previously, had attended this when they were very young, and it's a phenomenal event for the people in the neighborhood. I certainly would hate to see an organization like the Hollywood Riviera Sportsman's Club, who only does things for the community with the money that they have, would have to pay such a significant increase in fees, and that's why I requested this subsidy. This is a phenomenal program for the community, and I want to ensure that it continues. So thank you for your consideration to my colleagues.
Does any members of the council have any questions or comments on this item? Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't necessarily have a problem with doing this, especially because we have a fund that we put aside. I do feel, however, it could open the door to a lot of people asking for the same thing, and then, how do we prioritize? Because of the time restraints, I would be okay to support it. But I do think we need to put together some kind of, maximum per event type of thing, because, it's $500 here, it could be $1,500 on another event, then, how do we prioritize? There's a lot of great organizations that do great things for the community. If we start inviting them all in, we're gonna run out of money real quick. So, but I do support this. I just hope that, we can try to figure things out for the future so it doesn't leave anybody behind as far as events for the public. So, thank you.
I guess my one question is that sounds like the report says it used to be $70. Did our rates change, or the rates did not change?
We have fee standards, and in the past it was a general picnic fee, which I think was between $75 and $80. But because this is probably at least 100 people, we have a scale of different rental fees. So this was kicked up to a special event. Any event at a park that's under 500, I think, was that the amount, John? 500 attendees, it's a $500 fee for a nonprofit.
Okay. Anyone else from the council have questions or comments? If not, does anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I believe there's one gentleman who's already signed in, Mr. Brian Ricky.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I thank you very much for this opportunity. And Councilmember Griffiths, thank you for the support, because yes, this group is an amazing group. We do a lot for this community. I will tell you that 30 years ago, my wife and I moved to the lovely city of Torrance. We are proud homeowners, and thank you for sustaining that for us. This is the event that got my attention with this club. I've now been with them for over 15 years. I've been president of the club. We do nothing but great things, and I welcome the opportunity to continue to give to our community, to this free event, to all the folks that show up. And again, we appreciate your support. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please step forward to the microphone. Go ahead, you can start since you're there first.
Hi, I believe that it would be worthwhile for the council and mayor to consider changing rates and usage fees for residents and local nonprofits to be a deposit structure, which can be largely repaid upon inspection. For non-residents or non-local businesses or non-local nonprofits, I think that it still would be worthwhile to consider that, but definitely for local businesses, nonprofits, and especially residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I think there's another alternative, because it's $500. It used to be $70, and now they want all $500 back, which makes it zero. So to address Councilman Matucci's concerns, why 100% subsidy? I mean, it's an honorable cause, and there are many of them. So my recommendation is that they do this council approve a subsidy in the amount of like 50% or 75%, some number besides 100%. My recommendation is 50%. If it's such a large club, I think if each one of their members donated $1, they could easily make a good fraction of that 500. So I think a 50% subsidy in the amount of $250 would be reasonable and address Councilman Matucci's concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Bill Milroy, and since 2014, I've been the chairman of the Hollywood Riviera Sportsman Club Easter Egg Hunt. Would be our 48th annual event. Just a couple points, because I know I'm on the clock. I think it's very important to point out that this is not a fundraising event for us. Attendance is completely free of charge. It's a community service that we do for the community. Our event traditionally depends on rental of the party room. The event takes about 2 hours, so from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. By 11 a.m. we're cleaned up and out, so it's very small scope. Last year's expenses for the event, so I'm sure it was $730 in total. That did include an $80 park building reservation fee, 2 hours at $40 an hour, paid through the Community Service Department. Further, I was informed because of the $500 fee, this will essentially double our budget. So based on the limited scope and limited 2-hour duration of our event.
Thank you, sir. We got it. Go ahead.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Mike Matterman. I'm also been a member with the organization for about 16 years. I also went to this event many times and helped out. Regarding the event, we actually probably leave it in a much better shape than it is. We go out and pick up after the dogs before the event, and afterwards we clean up, so it's really nothing left for the people that come in after. It's a great event for little kids. We have many families that come and tell us that it's one of their favorite events of the year that's in South Torrance, because their kids love it, and we give out nice little prizes for the kids and enjoy having them. And our organization is totally volunteer, and it's a great organization. And I welcome any of you, if you have kids or not, to please stop by. You have the date now. You're welcome to come and see for yourself what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Pork Chop again. I don't want to ruin it for the little kids, but what kind of chairman these are and organization, they don't have money. If you don't have money, then do something what you're good at, or join Patrick Furry. Patrick Furry is a good fundraiser. He can make $1. He can make 15 cents out of $1. That's how good he is. So these folks, I don't know what to say, because the Women League of Voters, got the room for free. You know what I mean? And this lady in the middle claims that she has the right to give them for free. So maybe just pick one of you and give it to them for free. Plus, the city don't need money. We don't need money. We don't have $600 million unfunded pension plans.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. First of all, I just want to thank the Riviera Sportsman Club for sponsoring this event. And I understand objectively, what the principles behind it that our city should do. In my mind, I'm anywhere from if the payment was $70 in the past, that perhaps we think I would encourage my colleagues to consider something between $500 minus 70 to up to 50%. I think one of the residents thought to consider. But I'm open to comments or input from our rest of the city council.
I'm going to go ahead and make the motion that we do provide a full $500 subsidy for this organization. We have an $8,700 budget left between now and June 30th to spend on these types of events, so we certainly have the budget for it. And unfortunately, the Hollywood River Sportsman Club went through a lot of pain and agony over this issue, and they do such good work in our community. I think we can afford to waive that $70 this time. Next year, they'll know what they're facing and be able to deal with it sooner without the stress and anxiety that they had to go through this year, and that's my motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, you got a $70 upper this year. So, Moving on to item 9C from the Finance and Government Operations Committee. Is there a staff presentation, or is Councilman Kaji leading us off on this one?
Good evening. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Tuesday, February 27, 2024, to discuss the fiscal year 2023 through 2024 mid-year budget review report. The committee also discussed various mid-year program modifications and received a presentation from the city's external auditors regarding the results of the city's audited financial statements for the fiscal year that ended 2022 through 2023. During the meeting, the committee unanimously voted to approve staff's recommendations and bring an item forward for consideration of the full city council. At this time, I will turn it over to staff to present the committee's recommendations as discussed during the meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is now Pamela with the Finance Department. As Council Member Kaji mentioned, the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met on February 27, 2024, where the city's external auditors provided a presentation regarding the results of the city's audited financial statements for the fiscal year 2022-2023, and the staff also provided a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2023-2024 mid-year budget review report, along with a series of program modifications in various departments. The committee approved the item at the February 27th meeting, and we are now before your honorable body for approval. For tonight's meeting, staff will not be providing full presentations. However, we would like to note some of the key financial highlights. As of December 31st, 2023, it is projected the city will continue to improve its overall fund balance position. More specifically, it is projected that the General Fund Operating Fund will increase its fund balance by $2.9 million. The Measure SSD Fund will increase its fund balance by $12.7 million, and the city will add an additional $4.8 million to reserves and $20.3 million to its pension pre-funding trust fund. While the General Fund Operating Fund is projected to increase its fund balance, revenues are projected to come in at $1.7 million below budget, largely driven by sales tax results. However, due to vacancies totaling 159.1 full-time equivalent positions, the fund will still operate is projected to operate at a surplus. This is also despite an additional $5 million contribution to the self-insurance fund. The city's Measure SST Fund is projected to have revenues exceed budget by $1.8 million, the largest driver for the Measure SST Fund's fund balance increase in the current fiscal year. Staff will continue to monitor broader economic factors and how they translate into the city's 10-year projection, and work diligently to recruit and retain employees to address significant departure levels over the last 2 years. To conclude, this item is a recommendation of the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee that City Council accept and file the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended 2022-2023, accept and file the fiscal year 2023-2024 mid-year budget review report, approve the proposed program modifications in various departments in the amount of $499,528, and increase the Section 8 Housing Fund's fiscal year 2023-24 revenue budget by $850,000 and appropriate to the same fund for $850,000. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any members of the council have questions on this item or comments? I don't see any so far. Does any members of the public wish to speak? I believe Mr. James Henry has submitted a request. You're first, sir. And we did receive your comment in email, supplemental.
Referring to the supplement that I put in that you all should have. Referring to page 5, Finance Department, delete accounting clerk, add payroll specialist, expenditure $25,616 annually from the general fund. Whereas the city is anticipating to pay ADP, automatic data processing, $384,782.30 to process the city's payroll in fiscal year 2023-24, whereas the city already has 2 payroll specialists on board in the finance department. I'm questioning the need for another payroll specialist in the finance department. Would anyone like to comment to justify the need of another payroll specialist in the finance department?
Would you care to respond?
Yes. Now Pavlin with Finance Department. So while having the automated payroll system such as ADP helps to improve the operational efficiency, the system cannot entirely replace all the process performed by the staff or procedures in payroll calculated by ADP. And any data that's produced by the ADP system will be as good as the data that's inputted manually by the payroll staff. So it's critical to maintain the integrity and expertise in the payroll staff. And to add on to that, given the number of employees that the city regularly pay and the large number of labor groups as well as the complexity of each MOU, the payroll team plays a significantly, it's very key role in processing pay as accurate and timely as we can. Their deep understanding of the city's payroll practice and MOU is critical in this perspective and cannot be replaced by the system.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to comment on this item? Go ahead, sir.
I would just like some clarification of the mathematics. It looks like about $500,000, and when I add up the numbers listed from items 1 through 9, it appears to be almost 600,000, and then item 10 and 11 is move 850,000 here and then put 850,000 there, which both exceed the 500,000. So how was this calculation done, or what is a average math addition person like me missing? Thank you very much.
So if you add the item 1 through, so the item 1 doesn't have expenditure. So item 3 through item 9, which is all of the program mods, that would add up to $499,528, which is the cost of this item as listed on the staff report. Regarding the item recommendation 10, increasing the budget of the housing, Section 8 housing fund, which is not included as the expenditure because this is an item to increase the budget. Action to spend the money will be something separate that we would have to, that is not part of this council item recommendation. We're simply requesting to increase the budget, not to necessarily spend it at this moment.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
I guess pork chop time again. I attended that meeting and it was very painful to see you celebrating yourself, and nobody mentioned the $600 million pension, unfunded pension plan. So I don't know how that comes into your profit, but that's just only $600 million you don't have and we have to pay. As a gentleman said, this is not $450,000, number one. Is this $450,000 includes the health insurance, the pension plans and everything, it's in there? And when you have a little money rolling in, the first thing you do to pay it out more and more and more. You know what I mean? Instead of getting in a financial, stable financial state, you know? Don't forget the $600 million you don't have to pay these people when they retired. 600 million.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendations and to accept and file.
Motion to concur, to accept and file.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Also,
Your Honor,
if
that
I
motion
may,
carried.
also approve the program modifications.
Three items. The three items.
Also to improve the items. Thank you.
You want us to repeat that, Mr.?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do the motion from the beginning to the end.
Motion to accept and file and to accept the items presented. Thank you.
No, let me just, I'll take it, Jan. I make a motion to accept and file the annual comprehensive fiscal report for the fiscal year ended 2023, accept and file the fiscal year 2024 mid-year budget review report, and approve the proposed program modifications.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Item 9D from the Transportation Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Chen, and members of the Torrance City Council. Item D is from the Transportation Committee to accept and file the report of the July 20th, 2023 meeting, which covered public safety at transit stations and terminals, and for council to provide direction on the city's official position regarding LA Metro's C-Line extension to Torrance. To cover this information, I will turn the presentation over to Kim Turner, Director of the Torrance Transit Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matucci. Good evening, honorable mayors and members of the City Council. Kim Turner, Transit Director. On July 20th, 2023, the City Council Transportation Committee convened to discuss the city's position on the C-Line Extension project, along with transit safety and security at the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. The focus was to discuss ongoing efforts throughout the county to address homelessness within transit properties. The committee heard from representatives of LA Metro, the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, the Office of Emergency Services, and from a representative from Mayor Karen Bass's office. Each presented their strategies, initiatives, and best practices in addressing public safety and homelessness within their respective jurisdictions and specialties. There was also a discussion on how these agencies are attempting to address the current unhoused populations that are sometimes found in and around transit facilities. A motion was made by Councilmember Lewis for the committee to forward all materials, including information on a no-bill option for the C-Line extension, as well as an opportunity to hear additional public comments to the full City Council for further discussion and direction. Tonight, you will hear from the transit staff regarding potential loss of funding opportunities if the C-Line extension to Torrance is not built. This will follow by a presentation by the Torrance Police Department on their commitment to ensure public safety and security at the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center, should the extension project go forward. While LA Metro Board of Directors will ultimately make the decision on this project, a locally preferred alternative that is endorsed by the City of Torrance and this council would have an impact on the board's decision. With that, I will turn the presentation over to transit staff members David Mock and James Lee, followed by PD.
Thank you, Kim. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Torrance City Council. David Mock, Transit Department. LA Metro C-Line extension, formerly known as the Green Line, is a 4.5-mile extension passenger light rail from its current terminus from the Redondo Beach Marine Transit Center to the new Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. There are two proposed new stations for this extension, the first one being nearby the South Bay Galleria, and the next one would end adjacent to the new Torrance Transit Center. Metro has envisioned this extension to the South Bay over 40 years ago when Proposition A was passed in 1980, followed by Metro acquisitions of the Harbor Subdivision freight from BNSF in the early 1990s. Metro Board also designated this project as one of their 4 pillar projects. The benefits for this project include a 1-seat train ride to LAX, connecting with their new people mover that's being currently constructed and opening later next year. It also will connect with Inglewood Entertainment District and their Inglewood Transit Connector people mover. And lastly, it will also connect with Metro Rail System, reduce greenhouse gas emission, air pollution, congestion, and bring people to more jobs in this region. In January of 2023, Metro released a draft environmental impact report, also known as DEIR, and the report evaluated extension along the Metro right-of-way using elevated at-grade option, a trench option along the right-of-way, and also an elevated Hawthorne Boulevard, all north of 190th Street. Segments south of 190th Street will all use the Metro right-of-way until it reaches the Torrance Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center. The DEIR also included other 3 alternatives, which are Metro right-of-way hybrid, where there would be grade separation at 170th and 182nd Street, a high-frequency bus alternative, and a no-project alternative. Staff analyzed the impacts of Hawthorne Boulevard option in the past and identified that there would be major disruption for businesses along Hawthorne Boulevard, increasing traffic due to proposed new crosswalks along Hawthorne Boulevard to reach the new train station, and it requires travel lane modification on Hawthorne Boulevards as well. And most importantly, Hawthorne Boulevard option would encroach on local businesses within the city of Torrance as it merges into the right-of-way, and that would ultimately cost the city of Torrance over $1 million in tax revenue annually. In addition to that, on the other side, the right-of-way option, there are also concerns from local residents who live along there with noise and vibrations from the light rail coming down. Metro established a comprehensive multi-layer approach in 2022 to address public safety on its system. This approach includes deployment of Metro ambassadors, homeless outreach, transit security, contracted law enforcement. They also focus on deploying resources to designated end-of-the-line station, midpoint focus area along the rail, riding teams on their Metro trains and buses. Their multi-layer safety strategy has seen some improvement in terms of decreasing the Part 1 crimes per million boardings by 5.5% in the calendar year 2023 compared to 2022. And now I will turn the presentation over to James Lee to discuss potential funding loss.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. The Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center was constructed over the course of several years using a variety of state, local, and regional funds. The slide before you highlights some of the funding sources that staff successfully competed for and were awarded to construct the facility. In total, approximately $29 million went into the construction of Phase 1 of the Regional Transit Center. Staff also devoted a considerable amount of time and effort into competing for additional funding to launch what was then considered to be the second phase of construction at the facility, which was to expand service and to prepare the facility for the Metro Green Line extension to Torrance. Staff was asked to discuss potential loss of funding should a no-build option be selected, and at the July 2023 Transportation Committee, staff shared the following information. There are presently 3 awarded grants that have direct ties to the extension of the Metro C line. The first is a multi-level parking structure that would also house a proposed police substation at the Regional Transit Center, and it was awarded for $35 million. The other 2 grants are for zero-emission buses that are planned for service enhancement and expansion. to and from the Regional Transit Center as a result of projected increases in travel due to the rail line extension to the facility. Because these three grants have project milestones and goals that are directly tied to the rail system and its extension, a no-build scenario could potentially reduce overall project funding, as achieving these milestones and goals would be very challenging, if not impossible, without the extension. Loss of these funds could also make it more challenging to pursue other grants in the future, such as first mile and last mile type of projects. And also from my experience, part of grant writing and pursuing funding award is based upon the agency's ability to carry out a project successfully, to utilize the funding that was awarded and to successfully complete it. It's demonstrating to the awarding authority that the agency has the capability to do so. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Sergeant Stephen Kim of the Torrance Police Department to discuss facility safety. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The PD does have a strategic plan for public safety, and we would be proposing a TPD transit detail and services team. This would be a specialized police unit solely responsible for the transit center. We would have data collection, analysis, and KPIs. We also plan on dedicating social resources specifically for homeless outreach and external partnerships through outside agencies that would include the LA Metro and LASA. We plan on building a police substation. This would enhance public presence and our ability to provide an on-site service. We would dedicate a workspace and office for not only our police officers, but our outreach personnel. And we would have a rapid mobility vehicles. For example, if a train were to be stuck on the tracks, our officers can get on 4x4s and respond to render aid. We would also incorporate technology that'd be for installing video surveillance cameras, which would then be coordinated with our real-time response center at the station, and the utilization of drones. We plan on building a launch site with a docking system. This being 10 years from now, we also expect technology to advance. So how would this be staffed? We would be planning for 24/7 coverage with our police department. Our Torrance PD Transit Center would consist of 12 police officers and 2 sergeants. This would be through a 4 days, 10-hour schedule and 3 days, 12.5-hour schedule. For Monday through Thursday, that would be 6 officers and a sergeant. For Friday through Sunday, that would be another 6 officers and a sergeant. We also plan on having a dedicated police analyst for data collection and analysis, as well as the incorporation of our TMET, which is our Torrance Mental Evaluation Team. We could either add a TMET officer or broaden their hours throughout the week. So the Metro runs, I believe, 21 hours a day. So we would like to have 24 hours of coverage for our substation and the transit center. How this would work is 7 days a week, and it would mirror our patrol schedule, which is our day watch, our afternoon watch, and our graveyard shift. And that way we would have overlapping coverage for all 24 hours of a day. And this being in 2023, these are our projected costs. I know it's kind of hard to see, but we would have the salary with the officers, the sergeants, our admin analyst. We would have our substation equipment for the workstations, computer equipment, etc., as well as our vehicles. That would be our patrol vehicles, our 4x4s, electric bikes. And that cost in 2033 would come out to $3,633,762. This factors in a 2% CPI increase every year for 10 years. Just as the Metro has done in other parts of the county, we would also come with a multi-pronged approach. This would be with our City of Torrance homeless outreach staff. And we would like to add an additional coordinator that is specifically assigned to the transit center, which would provide a dedicated service there for all homeless individuals to be connected to service, and that would also broaden our reach throughout the week, all 7 days a week. We would also have the LA Metro homeless outreach team be dedicated to the cities of Torrance and Redondo Beach. They also come with an unarmed crisis response and homeless intervention, and they as well have the ability to connect homeless individuals to services. This back to Kim.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes our presentation. Staff is available for any questions you may have. I also want to acknowledge that Mark Durkin from LA Metro is in the audience as well, should you have any questions regarding the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Councilman Griffith has clicked in first. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question on the police discussion on the costs for the different coverages that you're providing. You mentioned a projected cost in 2033 when this was estimated to be completed of $3.6 million. Where would that funding be coming from? Would Metro be providing that funding, or is the city expected to cover that? Could you please expand on that? Somebody?
I can address what I know. Yes, Metro is working with various jurisdictions to help provide service for the rail as well as their bus services. So there would be conversations with them in regards to how they can assist with funding this opportunity as well. And Mark Durkin is here to assist.
Mark Tierking, Director of Community Relations at Metro. I just want to say that, you know, security is utmost concern for Metro whenever we partner with local cities. And in 2033, Metro is going to, by then we'll have work out the details with Torrance, but just using our other jurisdictions as models, we've collaborated with Long Beach, City of LA to enhance their security and work with them very closely. So I can't speak to the exact amount that Metro can contribute, but I will say that we've done that in every other city that we've worked with.
So just make sure I heard you. You mentioned Long Beach for just now as one of the cities. That means Metro provide funding for Long Beach PD to increase their public safety. I just want to make sure a little bit clarity.
Yes, we have a contract with the City of Long Beach for providing security on Metro system.
Okay. And is that when the Metro lines are near Long Beach, or because
they cover the Metro bus and rail service within the City of Long Beach? Yes.
Okay, so they fund the Long Beach PD. That's what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Okay, Councilman Griffith.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that that's a huge concern to how are we going to cover that expense. Safety is of utmost importance, and I'm not super excited about having to have our police department, which is already stretched to cover our other normal city processes and concerns, to be able to cover the added consequences of having the Metro security issues placed upon them. And I'm appreciative of our police department being willing to do that. I'm just very concerned that that funding has not been formally addressed, and would certainly hope to see that in any upcoming proposals on this. I'll have more comments later. I just wanted to hit that one item really quick. Thank you.
Councilman, if I may, Honorable City Manager, this is a specific police coverage dedicated to the transit center. It was in response to concerns expressed by your honorable body. What are the city's plans? Typically, we would utilize private security, occasional Torrance Police Patrol, as well as support from Metro. This is above and beyond what will be expected for any community. We just wanted to give you a framework with the comfort level per Torrance PD, what they would recommend. We asked them, what would you recommend as an assessment for Torrance PD to have on-site 24-hour presence? And this is the plan they put together. It's always subject to modification and changes, but this assumes a certain criminal element, a homeless element, 10 years in the future. So that's the major implication as far as what the future will hold. But with the combination of Metro as well as Torrance transit funding, should this project materialize, and to give the community the comfort that TPD can have a presence, we'll have to start planning ahead and build the resources to support this endeavor. Just to clarify the
I
intent.
appreciate all
Sure.
that, and that's all super important to keep that in the forefront,
Absolutely.
that it's a priority and that the funding be provided. And obviously, safety and security is important for all of our residents and the riders of the metro. And clearly, I want to make sure that any police presence that would be provided to secure metro is not taking away anything. And I know the presentation says that, but it's all one department, so it
yes,
kind of
sir.
blurs together.
Well, this will provides the opportunity with technology, with the real-time response center, with all of our efforts on recruitment and retention to staff up and be prepared if this line materializes for Torrance to be ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have something in my mind, but I'll let Councilman Kaji, you go next.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I have a question for Mr. Durkin from Metro. Sat down too quick. Thank you for joining us tonight. As far as this discussion of the Metro C line and the issue raised regarding public safety on the system, as well as the end-of-the-line impacts on communities, is it our understanding that Metro is now engaged in researching the potential of creating its own police force?
Yes, our board has directed staff to take a look at bringing the services in-house to create a transit police force. We did have one in the early days of the agency in the 90s, and so our board wants to take a look at that again.
So this discussion has been ongoing as a result of the various contracts with Long Beach, LAPD, also LA County Sheriffs.
Yes, sir.
Because there are a multitude of these contracts to provide safety on the trains, but it's my understanding that over time, not every train has in-person police enforcement, law enforcement on those trains or at the stations.
We do pretty well. It's hard to have someone on each car, so it's just a daunting task. It's a big system.
Okay, and I appreciate the comments by Councilmember Griffith about funding. As part of this discussion about the C line extension, Mr. Griffith in the past has raised the issue related to our state leadership in Sacramento about imposing mandates on cities like Torrance and not funding those mandates. So, for example, with the Metro C line, if this comes in, this infrastructure is built, the system is running, we've had a report from Torrance Police about what the potential law enforcement impacts will be here, and also they did also mention impacts on our homeless group here in the city. But as I've been to the cities of Long Beach and Santa Monica, it seems that those impacts weren't discussed initially as those systems came online, but now each of those cities are having to absorb a certain amount of those impacts to house the homeless, provide services to them, as well as law enforcement at the end of the line. So is that also part of this discussion on creating a transit police?
So I guess in part, as we all know, with the pandemic and various events, there's just been a surge in homelessness throughout the county. So I don't know if those cities, we didn't have the crystal ball to see the crisis that we're in right now, I think. We pledge at Metro to meet with your city and your staff on an ongoing basis up until 2033 to figure out some type of security and policing and homeless situation solution. So that's ongoing. This is, in terms of state mandates, this is all something that's, locally funded through local sales tax measures. So did I answer your question? There was a lot in there.
I just want to make sure that, as Councilmember Griffith, asked the question, if law enforcement, if homeless services are baked into our welcoming the C line into Torrance, our budget right now doesn't anticipate what those costs are. We've come up with a preliminary projection, but I want to make sure that for future councils and for the residents that they fully understand going into this that number and those costs haven't been discussed in the past.
Well, I know the Metro staff is committed to working with you and with your city to work out those issues. Plus, you're directly represented on the Metro Board, so if staff's not giving you the answers you want, you can always go to our board.
You give us the money, I'll believe it. But I'll hold off on other questions until we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I think, this last conversation between Councilman Kaji and Councilman Griffith is really trying to find clarity that should additional public safety officers are needed, that Metro will fund it, whether it's our bodies or their bodies. That's really the clarity we're looking for. It's a little hard for us to make a decision when you're saying, we'll work it. I just thought I'd let you know. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a feeling I stressed you out. I apologize if I stressed you out. I think we've had...
No, not at all.
I just want to make it clear that, I'm not against mass transit. I see countries that make it work. Japan, Taiwan, Korea, been in a couple of those countries to where they're clean, they're safe, they operate the way they should operate. What we have here, unfortunately, in Los Angeles, is a completely different animal that we have to deal with, right? It's a completely different set of circumstances. Whether it's drugs, laws, lack of enforcement, et cetera, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is the proof is in the pudding. Another thing I want to bring up is that we don't make the decision whether it's going to be built or not. Tonight is just really just about taking a position. Are we going to keep the position that we had before? Or are we going to look at different alternatives? Which one of the alternatives that we had brought up at the committee level is the no-build option. Now, if we were to take that into consideration, it means absolutely nothing other than the fact that Torrance prefers that we don't, if we were to go down that route. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be built, because Metro, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but I come from a country where the mafia does prevail in everything you do, and I consider Metro a mafia. I call it the Metro Mafia for a reason. They intimidate. They send individuals like you, and no disrespect to you, because you're doing your job, and I think actually you're doing an excellent job. But we're talking about billions of dollars, okay? Now, if you touch billions of dollars in the mafia, they're going to eliminate you, just like they're trying to eliminate me in a recall because of my concerns that I brought up about the Metro line extension. I brought up concerns, and so did Councilman Kaji, based on reality. Not what you're working on, not the future plans, police department, Metro Police. I don't care how much money you throw at it, you're still going to have the criminal element. You're still going to have homeless dumping every night. It's a policy. It's a thing that happens in reality. It's not my opinion. Just ask the people of Long Beach if there's homeless dumping at the end of the line. Now, and some people question, well, how come it's not happening in Redondo? Have you seen Redondo? The end of the line in Redondo Beach is not conducive to homeless dumping. Homeless people know where their services, homeless people know where they can set up camp, and at the end of the line in Redondo Beach is not one of those places. But even there, they have some issues. But you want to look at the real issues, you look at Long Beach, you look at Santa Monica. Now, again, we don't make the decision whether it's going to be built or not, okay? I personally don't think our police department is ready or capable. And quite honestly, I don't think we're willing to take on the burden of homeless dumping, because that's really what's going to happen. With homeless come drug dealers. Now, whistleblower. I get called everything online. I mean, you should see a whistleblower. Dog whistling. I think even the former mayor posted an Amazon link to buy a dog whistle, and talking about me. I also believe the former mayor posted, and maybe staff can tell me if this is true or not, because I've asked this question before. I never really got a cut and clear public answer. if we decide not to build, if we do the no-build option, does the city of Torrance have to write, supposedly from this post that the former mayor put up, that if we take that position, that we would have to write basically, essentially, a $50 million check back to Metro? Is that a true statement or not?
I can't speak to the post, Honorable City Manager, Council, but as staff presented, there is certain funding that's been dedicated for the parking structure as well as expansion of service.
But do we have to write a
that may be
check
in
back?
jeopardy.
Did
I
we
am not
cash
a-
those checks?
I'm not aware of.
You're
any
not aware of
checks.
that? Okay, yeah. So that's my.
Kim Turner can chime in.
I can answer.
Yes.
We'd have to write a check if we spent it. If we didn't spend it, then those funds wouldn't come to us. At this point, we have not spent any funding.
Okay, so
on-
you're saying that the former mayor lied on social media about me. That's, I don't want to make it a political issue, but
Councilman,
those are the kind
staff's
of
not in a
attacks.
position to chime in on that.
Actually, it is my position because the
No, not
public
staff,
thinks.
not staff.
Oh, no, I get that. The public thinks that because of our questioning security on the Metro line, that somehow we have to write this $50 million check of money that has been confirmed that we haven't spent, therefore we don't owe anything. Now, my understanding is that 40 years ago, there was this dream of a transit center. Well, 40 years ago, we didn't have the homeless issues that we have now. We don't have the gang issues. We don't have the crime issues. We don't have the fentanyl issues that we have today. Today's problems are not the same as 40 years ago. So I admire the people that had vision to build this, transit center, which, by the way, it was never a guarantee that it was going to be a train station. Although it was guaranteed to be a bus station, right? I mean, my understanding is that when that was dreamt of, that was going to be a phase 2 possibility. There was nothing set in stone because the Metro Board has yet to decide what direction they're going to go. So I just find it, I find it almost concerning that we're willing to just, say, okay, based on what Metro's saying, let's just go ahead and say, give them a thumbs up. And when I say just what they're saying is that, oh yeah, we're going to fix the problems we have. Well, they haven't fixed them so far. There's still stabbings, there's still murders, rapes, plenty of theft. But the most important thing is it's filthy and disgusting. I spent half a day, and Director Kim Turner and the mayor was there with me. We spent about a half a day on the Metro lines because I wanted to experience it. I had never ridden. Well, I have a car. I don't need to get on the train or the bus. But I wanted to experience, to see what exactly, it's nice. It's nice, the idea, the concept is great. Public transportation, get on a train and shoot over to the airport, it's beautiful. But there's only one word that comes to mind after riding those half a day on those trains. It's depressing. It's depressing. It smelled like urine, feces, alcohol, and I was constantly looking over my shoulder because the people that were riding those trains, it didn't seem like they were just, just working class, going to work and back home. They were riding those trains all day long, just sitting there, and most of them probably causing trouble. Talking to some of the police officers that were riding on the trains with us, they said, be careful. They didn't want to take a position because they knew, we were going to get us on it. But we have to be careful what we wish for. Okay, so if we are going to build this, if we do take the position of saying, hey, go ahead, do the trench, do the right-of-way, Hawthorne Boulevard, doesn't really matter at the end. Metro Board decides. What and who, how we're going to fund it, first of all, because I think the $3.6 million, that's a very, very conservative estimate. But the reality is that 10 years from now, the homeless problem is not going to be gone. It might actually even be bigger. Looking at the trends, it's just getting worse and worse. So, we haven't addressed really the real issue, the safety, the cleanliness. We had to call it in. I think Director Kim Turner actually got on the phone while we were at the station. I forget what station we were at. The one, is it off of Crenshaw or Western? Crenshaw, maybe? it was filthy. It was disgusting. There was feces on the steps. I mean, it was, it was almost embarrassing to even walk through there and say, this is a civilized country that we live in, and this is how we maintain our stations. And that wasn't that long ago. So I don't know what's been corrected, but the reality is Metro does not have it under control. And really, at the end of the day, the $2 to $3 billion, the only people that are really going to benefit are the developers, the unions, and the politicians that were pushed in by those individuals. That's really the only people that are going to benefit, because everybody else is going to take the brunt of the increases in crime, homelessness, and filth. So right now, my position is to push for a no build based on what's there, what we have in front of us now with Metro. Metro, unfortunately, has so much to improve before we can even consider, in my opinion, to give it a thumbs up.
So
And I know there's a lot at stake. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I just want to say that I hear you. You're expressing concerns over homelessness and crime, funding. I hear you. On behalf of the agency, I want to say that these are big problems. They've gotten worse, and I commit, our agency to work with you to deal with these issues, and strive to make solutions for LA County for homelessness and decreasing congestion. We've got a long way to go, but we're making improvement. We really want to strive to create a premium customer experience for our customers.
I truly hope so. I mean, I really truly hope so, because I mean, like I said, public safety can work, and it does work. It's just that with the society that we have in Los Angeles, especially, it doesn't seem like the lack of respect towards law enforcement, lack of our ability to enforce certain things. I mean, there's a Twitter account that goes around filming things that happen on the Metro line. I forget what it's called, that channel, but it points out a lot of the disturbing facts. I think it's
and it helps us, fix the system, and we appreciate that feedback. Yeah. And the feedback you give us is important. We do listen to City Council. Torrance is a big part of Metro, and your voice matters dramatically. I won't speak for our board, but your voice matters a lot to our board. So I appreciate what you're saying.
I appreciate you saying that, because I really do think a lot of our residents are concerned. I mean, I think the majority of people do want public transportation, especially a train going straight into LAX. That's pretty darn cool. I'd probably take it to go as well, but not the way it is now. The way the things are now, I mean, it's out of control.
You should see the hoops we jump through when Kim Turner calls us.
Yeah, right. I know that. I would not say no to her, but yeah. So I really appreciate you listening, and hopefully you can relay the message that we do want it. We may want this, but it's got to be fixed.
And let's continue the dialogue. We can keep coming back if you want to schedule anything. We're happy to report back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to speak for myself, but I'd like to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
And Councilman Matucci, if I could just add, in regards to dialogue, we are starting dialogue with Robert Grummer, who's the LA Metro Senior Executive Officer of System Security and Law Enforcement. He is reestablishing the Regional Transit Security Force. That was a force they put together in the previous years that Long Beach and other agencies availed themselves to and were able to get the funding. We are now going to join that. I spoke with I forgot who I spoke with today, but my goal is to get Torrance involved so we can start today, because this is 2033. If we get in now, there's a possibility that we too can be a part of that, and that we could be ahead of the game when we get to 2033. So that is happening. I will be meeting with the chief soon to talk about that and get Torrance PD on board with that new regional task force.
Yeah, and just because there are conversations, it doesn't mean that it's going to be enforcement. Because at the end of the day, you can put 100 officers, but if they don't have the ability to enforce the laws and their hands are tied, and the same things that we see with crime every day, our officers really can't do much about certain crimes, because they've become, with Prop 47, they've become misdemeanors. So They're not even going to write up a ticket anymore for doing certain things that used to be felonies. You know, and I think that's really contributing to the increases of what we're seeing, not just on Metro, but everywhere. You know, so I really do hope we get this under control before it's built. I don't want to be, quite honestly, I don't want to be the one that was talking like this and eventually be right. I'd rather be wrong. I'd rather 10 years go by and say, wow, Aurelio was just a crazy guy and he was wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, it's our goal to make sure that the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center is safe and secure at all times. That is our number one goal.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, I'm confident that if Metro could get this done by LA 28, that we will have a very safe Metro system when we're on the international scene, and then whatever actions we put in to make that safe for all the visitors for the 2020 Olympics, we keep that plan going afterwards. That would be my wish. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate the fact that Metro is listening to us. And so with that in mind, I want to share my concerns, maybe in a less political and less involvement of mafia and former mayors. And also, if anybody is interested in recalling me after my statement, you better hurry. I've only got a couple more weeks. But yeah, I have a huge amount of concerns about the Metro system. And I, too, have traveled Metro systems in other cities around not just the country, but around the world. And it's critical to, if you're going to have a successful transit system, that it be efficient and safe. Those are the two main ingredients of a successful transit system. And unfortunately, I've been watching the Metro system here in LA County since its inception. And I used to take my kids on day trips to out on the Metro just to ride around LA County for fun on the train. We really enjoyed that back in those days. I don't know that I would do that today. And I and myself, my colleague, Councilwoman Kalani, and a former council member, we spent 7 hours riding the trains here in Southern California back in August. And former council member and I spent another 6 hours in August riding the Metro trains throughout all of LA County on all the existing trains. And what we saw was there's good and bad, but there was an awful lot of bad. And I want to make sure I touch on it because I so want to make sure Metro hears this. From my personal experience, not with a privileged, escorted group of dignitaries, but just running anonymously on the trains. I mean, obviously, when the Metro board members are on the trains, they're probably well protected and the trains are sanitized before they get on. But when we were doing it, there was no advance notice being provided. We saw what the reality was. One of the biggest problems that I saw, that I don't see this at any of the other types of transit systems around the country and the world, is we operate on an honor system in a lot of our stations. And so anybody can just walk on a train and without any regard of paying the transit. And then on top of that, there's no enforcement that anyone pays their toll to ride transit. And so with that combination, that certainly leads to the situation where criminals, drug addicts, and homeless are going to use the trains for purposes that they shouldn't be using it for. And if we allow those people to get on the trains in the first place, because there's no enforcement, because there's an honor system, which the criminals aren't going to follow an honor system. So we witnessed all the emergency exits being used by most of the passengers coming on and off those trains and not going through the turnstiles as it should be intended. And so with that lack of enforcement of enforcing the tolls and enforcing who's riding, it creates this problem. So to me, that's a real obvious place where it should be addressed. Yes, the cleanliness on the trains I just was not at all thrilled with anything that I saw in that regard. There's liquids floating down the aisles, and it's just graffiti on the benches with drug addicts consuming drugs in the cars. And I'm thinking, am I going to sit on a needle or something in one of these seats? I would not put one of my loved ones on the Metro trains the way we saw it back in July and August. Maybe they've made some steps to improve things since then. But I'm really, really concerned, and I'm hoping that in maybe 10 years we can get this situation under control. At the slow pace of progress that I've been seeing, though, I'm not super optimistic on that. I've also spent a lot of time talking to my colleagues in other cities who are on the end of line. council members in Long Beach, council members in Santa Monica, council members in Azusa, who are all end-of-line cities currently. And they've told me the horror stories that we've all read about in the paper about the homeless being dumped at the end of the night into their communities and creating a big, huge burden for those cities. And Azusa tells me they can't wait to not be an end-of-line city because the Gold Line's being extended past there, so they won't be an end-of-line anymore. And they can't wait not to be an end-of-line city. And here we are being considered to being an end-of-line city. And so, as Councilmember Matucci says, at the rate that the homeless situation is being solved, I'm not confident that in 10 years our homeless situation will be greatly improved. I sure hope so. But until we make some significant efforts to improve that stuff, I'm really, really concerned about doing this. And the other thing, I talk about efficiency. Currently, the trains that we have today, if I want to go here to Union Station, it takes me longer on the trains than it does on my car, even in rush hour. So I'm a little concerned that the efficiency isn't where it is, but I'm a huge proponent of an efficient, safe, and clean transit system. And I would love to see, the most recent example that I can share is last 2 years I've visited Washington, D.C. They have a phenomenal transit system that I felt completely safe. It was clean. It operated smoothly and efficiently. I never felt like I had to look over my shoulder when I was riding those trains. And that's the way it should be here, and it's not. And so I can understand why we have many people in our community that are concerned, but at the same time, there's many in our community who think it's important to have transit. And I'm one of those people. I think it is important for a metropolitan city like Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. We should have a good, viable, clean, and efficient and safe transit system, but we don't. And until we do, I'm not going to be a huge supporter. I'm not going to go so far as to say I'm for the no-build option. I just want to throw out these concerns now so that hopefully someone will address them. I won't be around when this finally gets happened. I mean, I won't be on the council, certainly. Who knows, I may not be around anyway by the time this gets built. But one of the other ideas that I have is if Metro can't control their system properly, even if they do approve building it to here in Torrance, can we as a city say, hey, you know what, Metro, you haven't done your job. We're going to ask you to shut down our station until you can get this under control. And until such time as you can prove that you can maintain the safety and cleanliness of our trains, we will keep our station closed. I would love to see that option available to not just Torrance, but any station that feels that they're being burdened unnecessarily by crime and other things that Metro is bringing to them. And so that's just another option I want to throw out there. As far as the options that I do think strongly about, I do feel that the right-of-way is the right option for many, many reasons. Again, in my travels on our current Metro Transit train system, especially the Gold Line from Union Station up to Pasadena, that's been on existing right-of-way tracks that was used by the previous freight and other passenger lines back in the day. And they're going right through the neighborhoods, and there's very, very little concern or problems from anything I've heard in those communities having the Metro trains go through there. So I see that as being no different than the right-of-way going through our communities where we've already had Metro purchase that existing right-of-way. And so I think that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to spend $1 billion more to take it in any other way. The right-of-way makes the most sense if we're going to do it at all. And so that would be my place of support with all those other concerns being thrown out there. And I sure hope they get addressed, because if they don't, the public will have a right to be unhappy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the presentation, and also everyone who is involved. I think it's a very important project, vital project for our city. I believe it will provide a lot of benefits if it is done properly. And I think the concerns that have been raised, very valid concerns. Hypothetically, let's see if we do not go with this project, what are we going to do with the transit center? What's the plan, just out of curiosity?
The plan is still to continue to operate Torrance Transit. We are in discussion with the Hollywood Bowl. We'll be running out of that regional transit center, as well as FlexBus who will be providing a one-day trip to San Diego throughout the week. So there will be added service in the upcoming months.
Mayor and Councilman Sheikh, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. From a land management perspective, if the city were not to proceed with advocacy and Metro were to determine not to extend the sea line to Torrance, then staff would explore alternatives to redevelop the surrounding parcels that were previously identified for parking structure purposes. Not having the sea line extend may require us to revisit the size of the parking structure, the footprint of the parking structure, the viability of the parking structure, and then council would have to direct staff how to proceed with alternative development scenarios.
Do we have funding for those?
No.
Because those funding will be taken away. That's my understanding.
If the sea line is not extended, staff's understanding is the funding that is included on slide
$35
7.
million for, yes.
Correct. In addition to the parking structure funding, the two other line items of $6.3 million and $9.6 million would also be in jeopardy.
Which means we start from scratch to get appropriation funding from state, from federal aid. We're talking about 30 years long project.
Or P3s, private-public partnerships that would involve long-term ground lease scenarios.
Council Member Sheikh, if I may, David Mock, Transit Department. On top of what our director had mentioned with regards to intercity buses and Hollywood Bowl shuttle, we are planning in progress of working with Metro and Dodger Stadium to bring service from our Line 4X extension to Dodger Stadium. We have applied for grant fundings with LA Metro for the Express Lane funding to get our Line 1 and Line 6 over to Dignity Health Sport Parks, improving frequency and service on those two routes to up to 20-minute frequency, starting from the regional transit center to different places that are attractions within local region, in anticipations of 2026 World Cup at Dignity Health and all of the events for the Olympics that will be held at SoFi Stadium. And we've had a successful year piloting our SoFi Stadium service, starting from the Regional Transit Center with over 9,000 passenger trips.
And in addition to that, we are currently talking to the Intuit Dome in regards to helping them with workforce development as well. So that arena will be open in August.
So in other words, $20 million we spent, it's not gonna be what we really want it to be. Let me ask you, the project cost that you gave us, the first option, the right-of-way is $1.96 billion, Mark. Does that include any stipulation for security and safety in there, or this is just the cost?
That's the capital cost.
That's the capital cost.
I mean, in there will be like security for construction site security or, yeah, but operating is a different sort of.
Operation is different. Do we know the numbers for that?
I don't have that in front of me right now. I'm sorry.
How about the maintenance cost? Do we know the number, what will require for each city to maintain first on our part and then Metro?
Well, we're in charge of maintaining the project and the site. We are not in charge of maintaining the transit center that Torrance is constructing, but we're in charge of maintaining the right-of-way and the guard gates and the sound walls and everything that goes along with it. And the trains.
You're just responsible for capital when it's done. Who's going to take over the maintenance? It's going to be us.
No,
The
maintenance
service
is Metro.
council-
For
yeah,
us.
Metro will handle the rail itself. The
Just the-
transit
right,
center
I see,
is
I see.
responsible
And
to
thank you
the
for
city.
And we'll actually handle the platform too, but the area around it will be City of Torrance, around your station. Everything else is us.
Metro does also require a 3% local contribution, which we're hoping to leverage the construction of the transit center towards that, meeting that obligation. Since we've already spent funding upwards of $30 million. But the maintenance and any additional usage that will come as a result of additional patrons will be the responsibility of the city. But because we are part of the Metro Municipal Operator System, we could apply for funding to cover and recoup our costs, as we do now. None of this is burdened by the general fund, just for the record, as it stands today.
And to be clear, Metro's in charge of security on the trains and on the platforms.
And you have budget for that? You already have operational?
That's part of our budget, yes.
And Councilman, as I've been accused of being a person who always asks for money, any monies that we will need to continue to maintain facility, we will definitely request it and put out grant applications for it.
Now, it may be a little bigger picture, but do we have the statistics on crime within the city and the statistics, or in the county, and the statistics of crimes in Metro?
We had that data. I think we sent it over to your office when we had briefings on the project. I don't have that in front of me tonight.
I may have not seen it. If you don't mind sending it to us, I just want to see the fraction. How much percentage do you have in your head?
We had that statistics broke down. I thought we had sent it
Okay,
on to you.
we could go revisit that. Since, has the crime gone down? Do you even know, 2 years, last 2 to 3 years, the crimes have gone down, or have you done anything to mitigate those crimes?
We have a monthly report on crime and security at the Metro with all those statistics in front of me. I'm happy to get you our last Metro Board report, monthly report.
But do you know offhand if those, what have you done to decrease or mitigate those crimes?
We've got an active program. I think David Mock presented one of the slides that sort of showed the tiered levels of work that we're doing on that. It's sort of a bluish chart, and that's sort of our plan for dealing with security issues around on the Metro system. Go ahead, David.
I'll chime in.
But I just want to make sure, my question is, has the crimes gone down with some of your efforts? Do you have a data? Like 2 years ago, you didn't have anything in place, but now, fast forward 2 years, because of these measures, the crimes have gone down. That's my question. I see this, what were you talking about? These are to be, or the wish list, that's what it is.
Right, and David Mock here, Transit Department. I want to address your questions regarding that, Councilmember Sheikh. Yes, Metro, since they implemented the multi-layer approach, Metro did release reports as part of their committee and their board. Compare with 2023 versus 2022. In 2023, they have seen per capita Part 1 crimes per million boarding decreased by 5.5%. In addition to that, they've been tracking engagement between the ambassadors that they have on the Metro system, and they've had over 600,000 engagements with customers and people along the Metro system. They improved reporting times on issues regarding cleanliness, maintenance issues, graffiti sightings, escalator, elevator problems. They also have been tracking and alerted first responders and people that they need to outreach with related to safety submissions on their Metro Transit app that people can report when they see an issue on Metro train or bus systems. They also had over 800 phone calls to local law enforcement, 911, Metro security operations. And in addition to that, Metro implemented using Narcan to save lives when their ambassador or people have experienced overdose on the Metro system. So they've been improving a lot with the multi-layers approach. And again, that's something that we can request in-depth data and send it to the council, as well as Metro reports this to their own committees on a monthly basis.
Thank you, David. I think what you're saying, 5% crimes have gone down. Let's just say 5.66%, which means 100 out of 100, now we have 94 crimes?
No, it decreased by 5%, sir. So these are Part 1 crimes per million boardings. And Part 1 crimes are typically classified by FBI as criminal, homicide, robbery, aggravated assault. So these are the crimes that Metro have seen decreasing since they implemented the multi-layer approach.
So these measures that have been taking place has major impact.
That is correct.
Is that correct, Mark? And we are forcing to have more aggressive measures to mitigate those issues. I think my main concern is probably the point of entry when travelers come on the metro. What measures are we taking place so we have only the people can go to the metro or some kind of security or safety measures at the point of entry? That's one of the concerns a lot of council members brought, and also other cities. Why that has not been implemented? Why we haven't done anything to let only people go on the metro that they paid for it, they have a toll, and they are not, question.
I hear the concern, but the way that it works now is if you come to a metro station, you have to have your fare pass, and there's a turnstile there. All of our gates and our platforms are photographed and videoed, 24 hours a day. So we have inside, we have a ambassador program, so you'll regularly see them when you come into the stations. They have the yellow shirts. You'll also yellow or green shirt, and then you might also see some of our homeless outreach people given on the situation and where they're posted that day. On the system, we will have law enforcement that will be in charge of fare enforcement. This is how the system, the honor system was set up when the metro system started in the 90s, starting with the blue line and the red lines, and so that's the framework from which we're working in, and that's sort of how you would see it and how you would catch that person when they went into the station. So they have to have proof of fare once they pass that turnstile. Did I answer your question?
I think you did, but I haven't seen that. But I've been to one of the metro, but you can go without even showing anything. There's a way you can just, sneak in.
It's not a hardened system like New York, so we haven't developed our system so that, you can't get in. So, if you're athletic, you can always jump the turnstile.
Not anymore. Okay. So we always talk about end of line. It is a major concern. What's your measure to address that issue? What do you think is the best way to address that concern?
Well, I think just more of what we've been doing with our multi-tiered approach and really sort of, picking up law enforcement, backed up with ambassadors watching the gates as you're coming through and catching those problems and those issues as they go along. And knowing where there's problem spots and how to effectively deal with those problem spots along the system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor.
I think you probably just want to stay there for a while. Councilman Kaji.
I appreciate the comments by my colleagues, and as part of my due diligence, I did ride the system unannounced. I had no security detail, just jumped on. And if I could bring a video that also had smell-o-vision so I could convey to the audience just the full range of human aromas and sensations that I experienced, I don't think you'd pay to ride that. But more seriously, though, as part of my due diligence, I did meet with a number of Metro board members, including Supervisor Hilda Solis's staff, LA City Councilman Paul Krikorian, Mayor Butts in the city of Inglewood, also with second Vice Chair Fernando Dutra and Whittier, Vice Chairman Janice Hahn, and then also with the transportation staff of LA Mayor Karen Bass. It was an interesting process over the course of about 2 or 3 months. There was an honest give and take in those discussions. I expressed what my concerns are here in Torrance. But we also talked about the metro system in toto. And also we talked more specifically about the Van Nuys and Union Station flyaways, which provide riders with an option to get from the valley, to get from downtown LA to LAX. So last year, it's my understanding that about 1.9 million passengers boarded at both Van Nuys and Union Station. As a result, that reduced, the statistic I have is 3.674 metric tons of carbon emissions were eliminated because individuals decided to ride to get to LAX via the flyaway. So just in the course of discussion, especially with Supervisor Hahn and also with Mayor Bass's transportation staff, I said, well, look, I don't know what the data is showing how many people travel north on the 405 to get to LAX. But if they're traveling from Orange County, if they're traveling from Long Beach, South LA County, and if our transit center, which is already up and running, could provide a South Bay flyaway, potentially, I don't know if we'd have the volume of a Van Nuys, but even if we do start moving towards a Union Station volume, which is about 576,000 passengers per year, that would also have the net effect of reducing traffic on the 405. So I appreciate comments made by Director Turner about the current use of our transit center to provide transportation for South Bay people to get to SoFi Stadium, to get into it. The Hollywood Bowl, perhaps also adding Dodger Stadium and other locations. I don't, and I appreciate what Councilman Shake said, I don't think necessarily, as I talk with these board members, that we would have to forfeit Measure R, Measure M funding for the transit center if we also consider another alternative use, which would be consistent with reducing traffic, which would also increase accessibility to LAX for people coming from the south, northbound on the 405. So, but once again, as I mentioned before, security is a concern. The impacts on our city budget in the future is a real concern, which I don't think have been are fully formed. But I do appreciate all the inputs from this council and also from all the residents. I hear you loud and clear. You want transportation accessibility. You want it to be convenient, but you also want it to be safe. You want it to be clean, and you don't also want to see an influx of homeless people coming into our city and degrading our quality of life. So when you go back to Metro, let them know we really want it all. And I think the Torrance standard that is in formation as we discuss this here should be the LA Metro countywide standard. I really think that all riders throughout the county all want the same thing. But I think for us, here we are with this possibility, but as Council Member Griffith said, I think we have to draw a line. And if we don't see positive change continue in the Metro system, even though they say, yes, we're going to vote to extend the C line, I do believe that the people here in Torrance are going to get loud.
I hear you and I appreciate you. I work with a lot of cities in LA County, and I think Torrance is one of the best well-run cities, and that high standard we really want to meet. So I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of statements. Yes, I've ridden just about every portion of the Metro you can possibly ride on multiple occasions without named individuals, unexpected, and I've seen different things. And I've taken the time to talk with people that are riding the train. In one instance, a woman my age, just turned 65, so you know, riding with a woman my age that was coming to Santa Monica to her place of employment. The train enabled her to be able to sell her car, to save money, to not be stressed on the freeway. She felt actually more safe riding the train than she did driving her car. I spoke with another young gentleman riding into Santa Monica who said, I could drive my car, but by riding the train, I'm less stressed. I enjoy my mornings better. So we have to sometimes think about the other side. I've seen everything that everybody has talked about, but I've seen a lot of good. I've seen people that otherwise couldn't afford to get to their job. And I have talked with them, a gentleman going, going eastbound on the train. He said, I wouldn't be able to work at my job I'm working at. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have the train. So the train provides a service. When it's efficient, when it's safe, it works all over the world. We recently with the 50th anniversary of our sister city, went to Japan. And I asked the businesses there that said, oh, our vacancy rates are down, our businesses are thriving. What's the main thing that has contributed to that? And they said, our public transportation. So when it works, it's good for everybody. So I appreciate you looking forward over the next 10 years, figuring out how to make it safe, how to make it clean. And I just thank you because it does a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yeah, Metro looks forward to working with you. And I didn't want to say that Metro also has private security guards. Whenever I've gone on the station platforms, they're always there, at least 2 of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a comment. Thanks.
Well, Mark, I guess now is my turn to share some thoughts. Every thought that my colleague has brought up, I agree. Public safety, public safety, public safety. Without that, nothing else matters. The issue about having a realistic entry-exit with a validated ticket or a card that's staffed with someone who's controlling it is a good idea. I think you really have to prioritize it. I think Ram and I just took a lot of public transportation when we were in Taiwan, and we had to have some kind of a card before the gate opens up, and when we exit, you gotta prove you have it, and there was always someone there to make sure that we had it. So I think that will improve a great measure of security, and I think that's, you know, a lot of good working public transit systems have that, you know, a very diligent one. As Councilman Tucci said, when him and I rode the Metro, the original plan was that I go incognito, but somehow, as soon as I got on, the people were asking, we heard the mayor was coming, and it was like, oh no, you know. But I understand. A lot of our concern here is being sort of dumped on you, since you're the representative, is many of us have concern with LA County and the state of California's criminal justice system and the approach to homelessness. That's really the theme that we really have an issue against, or we're raising concern, and it's a much bigger problem than the Metro, which is the preferred local alternative path. It's just that we're discussing which path to come to Torrance, and a lot of us don't feel that our state and our county has approached the criminal justice system the way we want to have a safe and secure community. And not having it come here, you know, my analogy is we have buses that come into our city of Torrance that comes from other places. I'm not sure I'm there yet in saying don't come to Torrance, because if I'm going to say that, then I may also say we should shut down the bus lines that comes from other parts of the county to the city of Torrance, or do we close down Hawthorne Boulevard? So to me, the Metro system is just another arterial for transportation, but our gripe is really the criminal justice system and how we're approaching homelessness. And I don't think the expectation would be appropriate to put all of that on the Metro, because the Metro is trying to provide a path with transportation. As much as I'm trying to figure out how do we separate the two issues. One is transportation, and one is we have an axe to grind against public safety and homelessness. And we need a multi-pronged attack on that. And I think if there's anything, if any of our leadership at the state or the county levels watching or hearing this session right now, that is really the big crux. If all that was taken care of, then I think the right-of-way solution would be a simple one, because it's already along an existing railroad station, and some people may even use the term that's really a no-brainer. Not even sure why all the other alternatives are being brought up, unless, you know, there's other reasons that has not been shown. So I would say, you know, any message to bring back is that a good open and close gate on entry and exit, and having it, have someone like a security officer who can be there to make sure that happens. I think that would go a long way in making sure the right person who's paying a fare. I think Councilman Sheikh mentioned that as well. But I think, I believe the Metro right away, like a lot of my colleagues think, is the right arterial option, and which is along the railroad track. But our real concern is the criminal justice system and homelessness. And so we're looking for a patch. I hate to use the word patch, but that's really the big issue. Any other comments from my colleagues before I turn over to the public? Okay, Mark, I'll let you rest your legs a little bit, but there may be some comments from the public. Looks like some people has already signed up to talk about this, so I'll let the city clerk call your names.
Michael Guzman.
Okay, we heard there's a request to warm the temperature inside the chambers. So we heard that, and I see they're going on. Mr. Guzman, I think?
Hi, I'm here in support of the Metro right-of-way at-grade elevated option. It's not often that the cheapest option is the best one, but it is here, as you guys have all mentioned. It really makes use of the Redondo Beach Transit Center, which will connect everyone coming from the South Bay by bus. The Hawthorne alignment has a lot of problems. It's going to add costs, bring in Caltrans stipulations, and also just has a rather unpleasant-looking transit stop, so that wouldn't be great, I think. Fundamentally, we need more viable options, more transit options like these in the South Bay. We need more housing here in the South Bay. It's really expensive to live here as a young person myself. As we build more housing, we're going to need more transit options like these. I know everyone complains about traffic here. The one solution to traffic is transit, so that's why I'm supporting that option. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pam Combar.
Hi, Pam Cumbar, Torrance residents for 45 years. I'm really disappointed at the comment about row option being the most viable. This is going to affect 1,000+ families on row on alluvial soil that already has sinkholes. And what is the litigation cost, lawsuits, and the effects on these 1,000+ families going to be for their lifetimes compared to an intermittent period of time for construction on businesses on Hawthorne? The red line used to go down Hawthorne. I have notes written here, but I'm so upset that anybody could even think, have you, forgive me, Mayor, I respect you. Have you been on the row? Have you walked the row? I'm not asking for an answer unless you want to give it to me, but if they do the row.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up. So, but I will answer your question. I was on the row, and I went through the whole path, so I have. Okay. Next person.
Patty Giglio.
Your time and effort here today. I've testified at your Transportation Committee meeting and also at the Metro Board. My family owns the properties along Hawthorne Boulevard that would be most impacted by that effort, and I appreciate the staff's analysis tonight of the $100 million or the $1 million a year in lost tax revenue. I would suggest that would be multiplied by the lack of people coming into that business area. So I appreciate that you are considering the economic impact of the Hawthorne Boulevard route. And on behalf of the 10 tenants that we have there, I'd urge you to continue with your support of the row route. Thank you.
Thank you.
Holly Osborne.
Good evening. My name is Holly Osborne. I live in North Redondo Beach, 1 block from Lawndale, and I'm a retired engineer. I'm also a member of Rails to Trails. You can see it on my t-shirt. And that's how I actually got interested in this project back in 2018. And I walked the row, and I measured the row, okay? I'm an engineer. I go there even though I'm not supposed to be there. And I could see back then that the diagrams didn't match what was there, but what Metro had shown in its diagrams doesn't fit. Okay? So it is not a no-brainer to pick the row. You're destroying people's quiet neighborhoods. You're destroying their homes. And I just want to say, the people in Lawndale were promised that if they passed Measure M, that the road would be, that the metro would go underground. Well, you can see they're not getting that. So I hope we can find a solution.
Thank you.
Eugene K.
Everyone, I'm Eugene Kirch, a Torrance resident. Torrance needs to connect to the light rail network so that we can all enjoy all of the great sports, educational, cultural activities that LA has to offer. We don't want to spend hours in heavy traffic every day to do it. And we also shouldn't have to destroy Hawthorne Boulevard to get light rail access. The car dealerships there provide much of our tax revenue. People go there to shop from all over the South Bay. This boulevard is how they perceive Torrance. Let's not make it look like the Bronx with an elevated train obscuring the view. Let's support the construction of the light rail connection along the existing right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daniel Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel Walker. I'm representing a group that we formed about 20 years ago called Friends of the Green Line. We're advocates, just volunteers supporting improved transportation in the South Bay. Most of our members are from Hawthorne, Torrance, Lawndale. That's where my family lives, in Lawndale. Yeah, we support the right-of-way option. We think that's the cheaper way to go, the faster way to get it done much sooner than trying to build along the 405 freeway. Right now, if you go on the 405, you see all that construction of the sound walls. And that's going to take 2 years just to do a sound wall. So this would be difficult to put it on Hawthorne or the 405, and both would be congested. And there's no way to do a project without some noise and some impact. So, it's unfortunate. It's got to be done correctly. Security, like was brought up by the council, is the most important thing. We've built it along the right-of-way in Santa Monica.
Thank you, sir.
James Truitt.
Hello, I am James Truitt. I have lived in Torrance my entire life, and I ride Metro every single day. And a lot of the comments that have been brought on by council members are completely fair in terms of concern for safety or fare collection. But we can't forget that there are people like me who need Metro. I am too poor to afford a car. I need the train to get around, and having light rail access in the South Bay would be a game changer for me. I also support the right-of-way option as it is the quickest, and it is the quickest and most efficient way to bring rail to Torrance, and would connect and create more opportunities for people like me as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Terry Wynn. Nobody else has signed up, Your Honor.
Okay, so there's no Terry Wynn here who signed up? Oh, okay. You're not here to talk about this item. Got it. Okay. I'll open up to anyone else in the public who wish to speak, and you could cue yourself as efficient as possible. you can talk. She's passing it out. We're going to start your time because we're going to listen to you. The clerk just told me.
I'm here today on behalf of the Downtown Torrance Association with a letter of support for the Metro Extension project to Torrance. Old Torrance is an economic and residential hub located just over 1 mile away from the new Regional Transit Center and will be an amazing investment into our community. Please see the letter provided for examples. The DTA is in support of any option that would connect light rail to Torrance. We trust that Metro leadership will make a good decision on which route is the most viable for the light rail extension project. We join the following organizations listed on the provided letter for their support of this project. If the mayor and council do choose to review the city's stance, it would be wise for the guidance of council members representing districts 3 and 4 to be guiding that discussion. These are the districts that would be directly affected by this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think the right-of-way option is probably the best. What I really wanted to talk about, though, was that I was a New York City resident, and I've seen the New York City subways go from bad to terrible to really bad to better and better and better, and they did it with and so, you know, he called it a hardened system. I think I know what that means. They really control everything. The way it is today in New York is wonderful. The subways are now clean. I lived through decades where they were dirty and smelly and blah, 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 blah. So look to New York City when they went down and then they got better. If you guys do it that way, then I think it's going to really work out. Otherwise, you may be headed for a decade of difficulty or maybe more. So that's my recommendation, is to, you know, do it the New York way.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jesselyn Bolkema. I'm a Torrance resident, Torrance homeowner, and I just wanted to say I'm so excited about having a train. Please, please, please. I previously commuted on Metro. I would do it again if I could. We love this community. We believe in its future. I hear a lot of fear. I understand that people are scared of things that are new or things that are unknown, but I hope that we really can find the trust in our community to know that we can do this, right? Torrance is ready to be the balanced city, right? That's been our motto, Torrance, a balanced city, right? We can be a balanced city in the future by having good, viable transportation that's good for the environment, good for the people, good for our property values, good for the community, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyle Perbicker, also a Torrance homeowner. I'm also a transit rider. According to certain unnamed speakers here today, that means that I am a criminal element. I am a detriment to society. I am someone who should be feared. I don't think that's true. The judgment of the people who ride transit based on what you see of a select few of the individuals who ride transit is not a fair representation of the people that need transit or desire transit to get around as an alternative to cars. I do not currently have the option to ride transit to work, but I would love to. I'm annoyed with the traffic. The only way to get rid of traffic is to reduce the number of cars on the road. The only way to reduce the number of cars on the road is to add efficient and reliable forms of transportation. Please support the Metro line extension.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Paul Miller. I'm a resident, Northwest Torrance. I live actually on Hawthorne Boulevard, right across from the Galleria Mall. My wife has had the house in her family possession through 1979, and I did live in New York for 6 years. I support the Metro Transit extension because the more areas that the Metro goes, the more people would ride. And just like New York, again, it's safe, it's clean, and as more people ride the system, the safer it is. Along Hawthorne, though, because the structure doesn't fit along the current medians with over 50,000 vehicles that travel Hawthorne every day, the traffic would actually get worse. The benefits along the right-of-way, which we do support, would be the sound barriers, the paths that people can ride and bikes and walk along. But the one along Hawthorne just reduces the areas of buffer zones, so we wouldn't have any benefits along Hawthorne. So
Thank you, sir.
My name is Mark Dunn. I'm definitely pro-transit, and I'm all for this C line extension. I'm excited because my wife and I travel quite a bit. I'll be able to drive to the transit center, then take the C line to the people mover, and then go to the airport. So I'm thrilled about that. But my main concern, like it's been voiced already, is public safety. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad. I'm an avid Laker season ticket holder, and I used to ride I used to drive to the Harbor Transit Center and then take the downtown express bus to crypto.com. I can't do that anymore. It was fairly safe during the daytime, but coming back, it was a risk. I had to look over my shoulder. I didn't feel safe. You were afraid to look around. So again, public safety is number one. You can have the most effective and efficient system. If the riders don't feel safe, they're not going to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchap. Today is your lucky day. I just put it on YouTube. My visit to Torrance Transit Center. It's very safe. Nobody was there but me and 10 firefighters. The firefighters came for a meeting with their firefighting SUVs. You know, the big SUVs. They did not come with the Torrance City buses. They did not use it. Hey, dude, what did you come here? Did you come with the bus here today? Did you come with the bus, yes or no? Yes or no?
Sir, don't address him like
Anyway,
that. Just address
so
us.
even this goon did not come with public
Please,
transportation.
sir, you're out of line there.
No, I'm not out of line. This is
there's
freedom
no
of
name
speech.
calling on other people.
That goon did not come with public transportation.
Sir, no
I
name
can
calling to
call
them.
him a goon. This is
Sir,
freedom
you are
of
ejected
speech.
from the city council.
I'm
You're
not.
disrupting our meeting.
No, I'm
You're out of
not.
line.
No, I'm not.
You are ejected. You don't make the decision. You're disrupting our meeting. You call him a good. You are ejected from this building. You are ejected from this building, sir. Take him out, please. You are disrupting our meeting. You're calling people's names. Yes. Sir, you're in violation of our rules of order, and you're disrupting our meeting, and you are interfering with the business. No, you're interfering with the business of the city. You're ejecting from our meeting, and you're ordered to leave the council. So it appears you are refusing. I am directing the Sergeant at Arms to eject the speaker. If the speaker refuses to leave, then you may be arrested for violating Torrance Municipal Code 11.7.020 and the Municipal Code 11.7.030. Right. You are ejected from the building. You've been disrupting our meeting. I will not deny you of that. You are ejected for disrupting the meeting. We're going to take a recess. Once we finish with this one. Thank you. We're back from recess, and we're going to finish this item, and then after this, we're going to jump to item 10C. And what I ask is any item that we discuss that gets very emotional, let's at least be respectful and do not disrupt the meeting. And so where were we on item 9D? I believe we allowed all the public. I think the public was still speaking, so anyone else from the public? No, I think the public was still, we're still in that public session when the disruption came. Go ahead.
James Henry, correct me if I am wrong, but it sounds to me that Metro doesn't have the money to cover all expenses needed to have a successful Metro C line. That being said, I have an announcement to make. I have a revenue opportunity idea for the Mary K. Giordano Transit Center, which I have yet submitted to Community Development Department yet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any, so we'll bring it back to the council. How does the council wish to proceed?
You want to close public hearing?
This is not a hearing, so I'm just bringing it back to the council.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept and file the report on public safety at the transit stations and terminals, and that we continue with the city's current position of the right-of-way and accepting the LA Metro C line into Torrance.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Machuji voting no.
Thank you. So, as I said earlier, we're going to jump to, well, thank you, Mark, for coming before I jump to the next item. All the issues that we, Mark, all the concerns we have, please take those concerns back to your leadership to follow up, please. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm going to 10C. I'm just looking for it right now. All right. Yep, here it is. Now is the time and place for public hearing on agenda item 10C, Land Use Study 2400001, pertaining to proposed amendments to the Torrance Municipal Code regarding the approval process and placement of new pickleball courts in the public use zone. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body relates to an amendment to the Torrance Municipal Code regarding the approval process and placement of pickleball courts on properties located in the PU public use zone. This item is the result of action taken by the City Council on October 10th, 2023, whereby staff were directed to establish a minimum distance between pickleball court placements in city parks and surrounding residential properties. In developing the minimum distance requirement, community services staff researched available best practices for sound mitigation of pickleball courts, as well as surveyed the policies of other cities. Based on the data collected, it is being proposed to amend Torrance Municipal Code Section 91.37.3A to require new pickleball courts be processed through a conditional use permit and be a minimum distance of 500 feet from the center of each court to any property developed with a residential use as measured by a parcel line. Additionally, as there are a number of pickleball courts that have already been installed that would not conform to this amended language, staff would also request that the City Council exempt any pre-existing pickleball courts. At this time, staff would recommend the City Council approve this amendment to the Torrance Municipal Code. That concludes staff's presentation. Both Community Services Director and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, does the city council have, any member of the city council have any question for staff at this moment? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. It's more of a comment and a question. First of all, I want to just thank the staff for doing the research that they have, and I want to make sure people understand that pickleball is a loved sport, and we hear you, and we're making every effort we can to make sure that there's adequate courts throughout the city that people can use and enjoy. And I actually asked Mr. LaRock if he could kind of share some of the plans moving forward with us, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Kalani. John LaRock, Community Services Director. So we currently have pickleball amenities for the community at Walteria Park, Sur La Brea Park, and Wilson Park. We also allow a number of our basketball courts throughout the park system to be temporarily converted for individual pickleball play during certain hours of the weekday daytime. In addition, we have capital projects planned for Wilson Park to create 4 dedicated courts which would conform with the proposed ordinance change. We also are scoping activating pickleball courts at Columbia Park, which likewise would conform with the proposed ordinance code. We also just recently replaced the floor of the community sports complex at Wilson Park, otherwise known as the roller hockey rink. That multi-sport court just got installed and just was activated for roller hockey and preliminary pickleball. We are finalizing the action of the floor, if you will, to maximize the skill level and action of the ball for pickleball. So that is a work in progress that'll be finished quite soon. So that's an additional 6 courts that can be used periodically for both lessons and open play by the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question for staff on a couple of specific courts that are currently used for pickleball or proposed to be used for pickleball. For instance, in Walteria Park, to me, I'm guessing, but I don't have any measurements, are the courts at Walteria Park within 500 feet of residential property?
Councilor Griffiths, no. As mentioned, the current existing courts at Sur La Brea, Walteria would not be conforming with the proposed ordinance, but are being proposed to be grandfathered in until such time as the city considers taking action to supplement existing courts with the newer courts where we've just mentioned installing.
Yeah, they didn't mention the parks by name. They did mention some were grandfathered in. I wasn't sure which ones. You also talked about the new courts at the roller hockey rink. Are those within 500 feet of the residential properties to the north?
They are, but because they're not solely dedicated pickleball courts, we're considering grandfathering those as well, because the facility is primarily used for roller hockey for adults. We also use it for youth basketball, for adaptive recreation, volleyball, pickleball, soccer, and futsal. So the pickleball will be, again, a daytime, weekday primary activation there, as afforded with the other schedules, because it is a highly rented facility by sports organizations. We want to maintain that revenue profile as well for the facility.
Thank you. And then I wish I'd asked this of staff before the meeting, and I apologize for not. I'm just wondering how many of the tennis courts that we do have throughout our parks are within the 500-foot proposed radius?
The existing tennis courts in our existing parks are all within 500 feet of residence.
So this ordinance then would basically prohibit those from ever being converted to pickleball?
That is correct, unless the council at that time decided to take action to change the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. LaRock, Wilson Park, is it within 500? The tennis courts are within the 500 feet?
They are just within a 500-foot range, about 480 feet. If you measure from the center of the court, as we're proposing here, to the residential parcel line, yes.
And did I hear correctly that you are proposing to have 4 pickleball courts in Wilson Park? Are you going to take over some of the tennis?
No, we're going to be repurposing the existing horseshoe courts removing those from their current location, putting them in a new location in the park, which is unactivated former volleyball court space. Because the horseshoe courts are used just very seldom during the calendar year. We can immediately reactivate that space for pickleball court, which would be a 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. endeavor for the players.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. Anyone else from the council? Okay, we'll now take public comments on this matter. Listen carefully. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes. It's not 1 minute. You get 2 now to speak. Please stay within the 2 minutes. We don't need to repeat what I had to do earlier. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. Leslie Atchison.
Hi, I'm Leslie Aitchison, and I would like to request that you approve the ordinance as proposed. I know pickleball is very popular. I'm all in favor of it, but at a reasonable distance from residences and not at the expense of the people who live very close. Pickleball players come to the courts to have fun, play for an hour or two a couple times a week, and then they get to go home, where those who live immediately next to it have hours of the noise all day as game after game after game is played. And it can have a negative impact on the quality of our life and also our property values. So I say that as with firsthand experience, as I live immediately next to a pickleball court that is on private property, not city property. My hope is that you approve this and then it'll become a standard that private properties can follow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Norris.
Evening. I just want to say I'm a pickleball player. There's a lot of people here in Torrance that play pickleball, and we don't have enough courts. We still don't have enough courts. We've got 50, at least the average of 50 people coming twice a week at Walteria Park. And it's not zoned that way. It's very close to the apartments, and there's a library right there. But you know, that's where we get our activity. That's where we get our socialization. It gets them out of the house, and that's probably why there's not a lot of people here tonight of our seniors, because it's their bedtime. I mean, you know, we really need this community to keep the parks that we have and allow them. We're not going to have big space. 500 feet, it's not enough room for the average park that we have in Torrance right now. And there's not going to be more built. So limiting them and making them have to be grandfathered in order to have that room to play, it's just really, you know, saddens a lot of the community that I'm in and playing pickleball. Thank you for your time.
Thank
Aaron.
you.
Hi, my name is Aaron. I'm also a pickleball player. I recently had a knee replacement at the Torrance Memorial, so I would say that the community is benefiting quite well from our economics. That being said, I'm staying near the Walteria Park, and I play there, and the maintenance of that is horrendous. But it's a place to go play, and as the lady said earlier, it's a place to get activity. There's not a lot of things that we can do, and I liken it really a lot to, you know, our high schools. They have Friday night football, and, you know, the bands play and all that kind of stuff. And I would just say to recognize that you've got limited hours and whatnot, but maybe just upkeep some of those things. Give us a place to play. 500 feet, I think, is really unreasonable. And I would respectfully disregard, or not disregard, just disagree with the first speaker when she said it takes away from the value of a property. I would argue that it adds to the value of a property. People buy homes that are close to parks and amenities in the community that they can walk to. So I would just say take that under consideration, and we got to go along with everyone, finding an amenable means that we can kind of respectfully get to meet everybody's needs. So it is a little bit of a loud sport, but there's also solutions for that. I yield my time to the council. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff Martin?
Good evening, Mayor Chin and City Council. We're not opposed to having an ordinance to help control noise and traffic, but it should strike a harmonious balance between the recreational activities and a neighborhood's well-being. I think that the ordinance as written is too restrictive. The minimum required distance between a pickleball court and a residence being 500 feet is not flexible and may unduly reduce site options in the city of Torrance. So the ordinance should be flexible enough to enable sound and traffic mitigation if deemed necessary on a case-by-case basis. The flexibility should allow for current and future types of site mitigation technologies as they become available. Pickleball is well suited for Torrance's diverse population. Just 4 weeks from today is the anniversary of our receiving the National Pickleball Month proclamation from the city of Torrance. The proclamation does a great job describing pickleball. As a reminder, the two most important statements, I think, is that whereas pickleball is important as an intergenerational sport contributing to the quality of social life in our community, and Torrance recognizes the benefits derived from that sport, and whereas pickleball programs aid in building healthy, active communities by providing an enjoyable and active sport, as well as improving the physical, mental, and emotional health of all participants. I have some latest statistics demonstrate that pickleball is continuing in rapid growth, and the sport has undergone an average growth rate in the past 3 years of 159%. So the pickleball craze leaped in 2022 with an 86% increase above the previous year, and continued in 2023 to 52% growth. So as stated, we're still short courts. All the courts are
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Christine Mass?
Is there Christine Mass here?
It's Massa, Christine Massa. Council, I am here tonight to ask the council to vote against this extremely restricting ordinance presented to you. Instead, work with the Torrance pickleball community to come up with a less restrictive solution that works for everyone. I attended Joseph Arnold Elementary, South Torrance High School, and El Camino College. I have been playing pickleball since 2016, long before pickleball was cool. And I've been teaching in the city of Torrance since 2018. These classes generate positive financial gains for the city and instructors like myself. I have had the honor of teaching and meeting thousands of players. Players like Leanne, who started playing only after losing her husband, and who was compelled to share with the class that with all of the grief meetings and therapy sessions she attends weekly to help her put one foot in front of the other, pickleball does more for her daily recovery than all the rest combined. Carol, who has lived almost 92 years, attended my class after stopping me at the Del Alma Mall because she noticed me wearing a pickleball shirt. Sarah, a challenged adult who looks forward to our weekly hitting sessions. The pickleball community in Torrance is made up of many of which are here tonight, and all of our lives have been changed by pickleball. Pickleball is a sport with a high visibility of people laughing and joyful meeting in these community parks, and that because of the sheer presence of these groups of people and other sports groups alike helps to keep criminal occurrences from happening on a regular basis in local parks. Do not stop the growth of pickleball by passing the extreme ordinance. If the ordinance passes, the Leannes, Carols, and Sarahs would have one less reason to get out of the house each and every day. What will be next? Aluminum bats, nighttime Little League play, the bouncing of a
Thank you. All right. Brenda? There may be a lot of people, I think that's the last of the ones who submitted a comment card, right, City Clerk? So afterwards, I'll open up, but if you just keep your applauses, to a minimum, then we'll let more people speak. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brenda Jean Shepard, and I'm very thankful for the pickleball courts at Sur La Brea Park on Cabrillo Avenue. Several times a week, after a challenging and often stressful day at work, I'm able to stop by the park to play pickleball for an hour or two. The physical exercise and social interactions with fun pickleball people make a huge difference in my quality of life. So thank you, Torrance Park and Recs. I'm here with a group of my fun pickleball friends, and we'd all rather been playing pickleball tonight. But we're here tonight because we heard about this proposed amendment, and we believe the municipal code is fine the way it is, and it should not be changed to discriminate against pickleball play at future locations. Taking Sur La Brea as an example, the park is open till 10 p.m., but we stop playing at 8 because the lights turn off. It's probably a good thing, so we go home to our loved ones and pets. But we do feel the 8 p.m. curfew is a reasonable enough compromise with any residents within 500 feet who might object to our playing there. I would like to express that pickleball is a very healthy activity and has value to our local community. It is popular because it's easy to pick up, it doesn't cost a lot, doesn't require a lot of space or equipment, and it leads to diverse friendships. Plus, it's just a lot of fun. Please consider the many benefits of pickleball and do not add restrictions to courts in public parks in Torrance.
Thank you. Now, we're going to open it up to anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item. You still have a 2-minute limit, and if you slowly queue up toward the middle, maybe we'll get as many of you in as possible.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Scott Aitchison. I think pickleball is a great sport for people to play and get together. The United States Pickleball Association, it's September 21st last year, started a new type of pickleball. It's called quiet pickleball. I think pickleball should be played where it's appropriate. Pickleball, compared to tennis, pickleball has a frequency of 1,500 to 2,000 vibrations per second. Tennis has 500. It is piercing to your ears. And I think at a minimum, it should be 500 feet away from people's houses. I think people ought to start getting more into the quiet pickleball. I'm unfortunate that I live in a private community where they now put a pickleball court 41 feet for practicing from my condo, and they play 73 feet from my condo. And me and my wife just retired. If anyone would like to buy that property because it's so expensive to be so good to be so close, come see me. I'll sell it easily for $600,000.
Please speak to us, sir.
Okay, sorry. So I think it's good, but I think we all got to compromise. I compromised a lot with them at the HOAs, but you need to compromise. I said you can play more often. Play 3 times a week. Play for 2 hours at a time, each group. But there's got to be a compromise. Soft or quiet pickleball, I know it doesn't have that loud crack. Well, maybe a loud crack shouldn't be so close to people over 65. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Next one.
Well, I really didn't intend to speak on this, but I was here for a different agenda item. But, quiet pickleball might be the wave of the future because it's more quiet, but that's just a thought. But my real point that I wanted to suggest here is that, you're grandfathering in certain courts, so all the people who want to play more pickleball is just for all the new courts that have this 500-foot restrictions, my understanding. So there'll still be more courts, and they'll just be cited differently than the historical ones. But my other suggestion was that some kind of soundproofing might be added to the courts, to the boundary of the courts. It'll be a little expensive maybe, but I think it would possibly make the neighbors also very happy. It would take a little bit of upkeep, but I think that might be a good path to and allow more pickleball, more places, smaller places. Maybe you could even soundproof the grandfathered-in clause courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Mike Doobie. I'm a Torrance resident, and my main point is I would urge the council to consider the Planning Commission's option to modify the wording of the code as it's proposed, with particular emphasis on coordinating with the pickleball community's excellent ambassadors, such as Jeff Martin, Willie, who's sitting here, and a couple of others, Chris. They're knowledgeable about not just the game, but the community and the sociology of the game. I think that would be a big improvement, and again, urge some flexibility. Second, I want to say for myself and for all the players I play with at Sur La Brea, we appreciate that our neighbors do hear the sound. We try to get along with the neighbors. We're not unsympathetic. We do things like park our cars on the other side of the street to try and relieve traffic issues. We want to be good neighbors. Most of the people are over 50. We're not a bunch of cretins out there banging the ball around. I would urge you to prioritize new courts so that our community can make it easier for us and easier for the neighbors who are close to courts now. And lastly, I would say that pickleball was a lifeline to me. Since I lost my wife 2 years ago, my pickleball friends have become my community. So it's a great sport. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Sue Ciani, and I play at Sur La Brea, and the main reason I play at Sur La Brea is because that's my park. I walk to that park, I live in that neighborhood, and I understand the concerns of my other neighbors about noise. I think the city's done a great job mitigating that. We've worked with the other neighbors with the parking and the sound and et cetera. And to me, having that amenity, walking distance to my house is huge. I mean, that's something I can easily do a few times a week without having to get in my car and drive across town to, even Wilson's not that far away, but I still have to get in the car. I mean, I think neighborhood parks having those kinds of amenities is a significant value to the residents. And I'm glad you're grandfathering Walteria and Sur La Brea, but I think we need to look at other parks where I think with some mitigation, I think pickleball could be effectively used. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Winkler. I'm here to represent the younger generation of pickleball players. I do play at the Walteria pickleball court. It's the closest to my house. It is also, I think it's a fact that it is the worst pickleball court in all of the South Bay. But we continue to show up there week after week. The paddle saddle is always filled. And from my understanding, the Walteria court would be grandfathered in, but my concern lies with the growing population of pickleball. I think that the 500-foot rule, I mean, it's a football field and a half. I think this is a little excessive, and it will most certainly reduce the possibilities in expanding places to play as the population of the sport continues to grow. Pickleball is a game that brings people together. I've seen this firsthand in the almost year that I've been playing at Walteria. It fosters community, exercise, socialization, and I think we would be doing the city a real disservice by passing this ordinance. And I believe that there is a more reasonable compromise that I know our pickleball ambassadors are more than open to exploring. And to anyone who feels strongly in moving forward with this ordinance, I have an extra pickleball paddle for you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Gallagher, and I actually came here from Redondo Beach to support my pickleball brethren. I had a few more here, but they had to leave. To the people that complain about noise, there are triple pane windows you can put in your house. I'm in Redondo. We're fighting every council meeting for more courts. I come here to play. I go to Manhattan Beach to play. I go anywhere I play. I go up Ernie Howlett. I go to South Bay Country Club. We love it. I'm 65. I also lost my husband. This was my great way out of depression. And I hope you support these people. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? All right. I don't think I see any. Does the council have any questions? I think Council Matucci, you're clicked in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Michelle, I just thought about it now. I should ask you questions ahead of time, right? Okay. All good. Do you remember how many feet was in the ordinance for car washes? The distance between a car wash, was it 250 feet?
I believe when it finally got adopted, it was 100 feet.
100 feet.
Yes.
Okay, see,
from the
property line. I think it was from the
parcel line.
And the reason I ask is because this reminds me a lot of that, to where we put in an ordinance that would give enough space between residents and something that's extremely loud, sounds like a jet engine that's drying your cars, right? Pickleball, I don't think is necessarily at that level, but it could be, one of those things that becomes a nuisance especially if you work from home and you're right next to a park. So my thought process is, whatever we decided on that, I think should be sufficient. Even if we wanted to, let's say we did, I thought it was 250 feet, but.
Let me see if I can look it up real quick.
Okay, but regardless, I do think 500 feet puts a lot of limitations, and I know from a sound perspective, I guess that makes sense. But I'd be more inclined to maybe cutting that in half, but also making sure that no court gets closed unless we find alternative courts to replace those courts that we're shutting down.
And if I may, Your Honorable Mayor and council members, the ordinance doesn't talk about closing any courts. It actually, what it says is to exempt any that are currently there. So I don't know, I would let the Community Services Director speak on, that, but I don't think that was ever the intention. It was the intention of any new courts to start having these standards.
No, I understand.
I do also know that, there are different policies that the Community Services Department has already put in place to try to help with the sound of pickleball courts. But as we know, going through other issues that this council has gone through, it's not necessarily always just the one-time use. It's the abundance and the repetitious that becomes the issue.
Correct. Yeah, so, the 500 feet, in theory, I think it's very safe. Oh, I'm sorry, Danny.
Mayor and Councilman Matucci, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. We quickly pulled up the ordinance. The setbacks, no building or structure for a car wash facility shall be located within 20 feet of any property line, nor within 100 feet from a property line of a residential use. So it's 100 feet.
About 100 feet, okay. So 100 feet, I think that was a compromise, because I think I was pushing for 1,000 feet at first, 500 or whatever it was. So, we had to compromise on the council. I think we have to do that again. I think we have to compromise on the setbacks, because I think 500 feet would put us in a situation where a lot of the space, the open space that we have, is not going to be feasible. I'm sure you've done all the studies to see what the 500-foot setback would do. But I would definitely be inclined to supporting 250 feet. And now there were some properties, some of the courts that were a lot closer to residential than others. And I know the public may not like this, but if we do find alternative spaces that we can open them up, some of them, I guess, the more troublesome or the more impactful to the community, maybe those can be repurposed, repurposed or remodeled to make them a little bit more soundproof. And I know there's soundproofing that we're looking at and all the different options, but I would go for 250 feet at this point, but I want to hear what everybody else has to say. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I thought you were going to suggest earplugs, but Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. With my impending retirement from City Council, one of my retirement things was to actually take up pickleball. I hope you'll welcome me. But I've been on the council for a long time, and I've been hearing the pickleball crowd, hearing them speak, and also seeing the whole pickleball industry grow and grow and grow. And it's something that you just can't escape. Everywhere I go, I hear about it. Every city I visit, pickleball is a huge issue for their cities in a positive way. And personally, I feel like we as a city need to find more places to play, not figure out ways to have less pickleball. And I'm not saying that just because I want to play pickleball. I'm saying it because it's not just one person, it's the community, and it's what the public wants. And I think it's so important that we provide the avenue for recreation that's important to our community. And in my opinion, this ordinance will greatly restrict the ability to grow pickleball in our community. And so I don't support it as it's written today, and I'm not even sure 250 feet is the right number, because I haven't seen a study on where we could put pickleball that would even fit a 250 range. And I'd like to see that study before I would even support that restriction. So I think we need to put this back on the burner and figure out a different way to help mitigate the noise, which I think is important. I think we need to be cooperative with the balancing the needs of the people who want to play with the people who live in the areas. And so I think there are methods that we haven't really talked about here with sound deadening and other things, the quiet pickleball equipment. I don't know how real that is. And so I think there's some other ways that we can do this and still allow the sport to grow. And I think I'd rather see us try to do that than to find ways to restrict it. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths. I was thinking very similar thoughts there. I mean, this discussion, this discussion sounds almost like one of my suggestion when we were talking about airport noise, where I think, the community folks and the neighbors next to the park can come with some win-win solution, because I know that living next to the park, there are some natural noise, and it looks like, I think I have more positive feeling this time, because it looks like to me, just watching the body language, that the pickleball players here is willing to work with the neighbors who has the issue, and we could probably come to a happy compromise without, I'll call it heavy-handed regulation. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I may post a question to the public, just with show of hands. How many of you live close to the pickleball courts? Okay. And just with show of hands, how many of you oppose the pickleball courts? Okay, thank you.
You might want to clarify your question. Oppose the
ordinance? Oppose the ordinance. The people that live close to houses, how many of them oppose the ordinance? The ordinance. We're talking about ordinance right now. Okay, thank you. Mr. LaRock, question for you, sir. How did you come with 500 feet?
Thank you, Councilmember Sheikh, John LaRock, Community Services Direct Department. We Ironically, we just attended the California Parks and Recreation Society Conference in Palm Springs 2 weeks ago, and there were several summit meetings on the sport of pickleball, both what parks are dealing with across the state in managing the popularity of the sport versus the quality of life of the communities in which those courts are being placed, as well as hearing from industry and what they are doing to respond to what they acknowledge is a collision between popularity of the sport and quality of life. So technologies that exist today that we have implemented in Torrance, including the sound baffling walls, the limiting of hours, and so forth. Unfortunately, we have no way to enforce the use of what are called the practice paddles and balls. We can certainly encourage that behavior, but there's no way for us to enforce that. But the industry is responding with new technologies, including sleeves to put over paddles to deaden the sound of the ball. Now, they're testing that because the action will be different, and they're not sure how that will play, but they are trying as quickly as possible to respond to what is the conflict between the two parties, if you will. So what we want to do is essentially place as many guardrails on ourselves as we try to respond positively to the need in the community for pickleball, as we do with all organized recreational amenities. We need Little League fields, we need basketball courts, of course, and we struggle to put those in the right places for people. So what we want to do is seek your direction to balance those two needs, apply these technologies, but our research, both at the conference and prior to tonight's item, really is about the best practices from both other parks and recreation departments across the country, some of whom have been forced to remove courts and then face lawsuits from player groups who resent that action, others who face lawsuits from residents who live close to pickleball courts and are suing because of quality of life issues. We also spoke with a lot of the industry representatives selling both the sound baffling technology as well as the equipment, or both in some cases, and they are seeing a relative 400 to 600 foot recommended distance. There's also a fairly renowned acoustician and engineer named Bob Unatich, and he organizes and runs an enormous amount of online community activity discussing pickleball mitigation, doing extensive analysis, which really has to be done on a site-by-site basis because topography and all those things influence how the sound reacts in a single environment with regards to pickleball and the other structures in the area. But that organization as well reluctantly is acknowledging the fact that distance makes things better, so to speak. So while there is no single study that we can point to say 500 feet is your sweet spot, it seems to be the aggregate distance that we have acknowledged through the industry that is solving some problems in some communities. Also, as a comparative, to return to Councilmember Matucci's point, also when the code is a rule that power gardening equipment, it requires a 300-foot distance. So there is some disparities in the code about these things based on time of implementation. Certainly, this is a new field of sport, and the popularity and participation now far exceeds the technology to make it amenable to all involved. So we're trying to find the best balance, and to the point that I believe Councilmember Griffiths made, as we bring the new courts online, we would always return to the council as well as obviously our park commission in advance to discuss any sunsetting of existing courts, which would only be considered on a like-for-like or better basis, because they may not be represented here, but as Councilmember Kalani can attest to, we have a well-organized and highly populated resident group at the Sur La Brea Park area who are miserable with their proximity to the courts. Yeah. And it's not just about the sound of the court itself and the play of pickleball, it's the happy sounds of the players playing the sport, which they come out in numbers, and that's fantastic, but it's also the burden of the vehicular footprint of the popularity of the sport on their neighborhood streets. So parks with dedicated parking is one of our criterion now, so that we can alleviate what will be a neighborhood footprint for the sport overall.
Well, thank you for a detailed answer. Appreciate it. You did your homework, did you? Thank you, sir. did we look into any mitigation measures, like any walls or barriers that can help?
Yes, Councilmember, as mentioned, we have installed the acoustical panels at Sur La Brea. That was one of our immediate actions. Those went in December, following the community meeting we had in the park, where we brought the community members and the pickleball players together on a Saturday morning, attended by police department personnel, city manager Japari and myself, and we just kind of a clearing of the air to learn the habits of each party and how, as the community has mentioned, to find the happy medium between sharing the streets, sharing the park, sharing the airspace, and trying to be good neighbors to each other. So following that, we put up the sound attenuation panels that are from the pickleball industry in that court. The community is mixed in their reviews of their effectiveness, but we are putting them there. And if we have the opportunity to either move those, but we are planning on installing them at Walteria as well, even though we have received no comments from the community. That is literally about 55 feet from the courts at Walteria.
So Sur La Brea, you said mixed reactions, or?
Following the installation of
okay.
sound curtains there, yes. We also have hired part-time security to be in the park on Tuesday and Thursday evenings to try and help regulate both the behavior of the people arriving to play pickleball as they park on the street, because there's been reports of driveways being blocked, trash cans being moved on trash day, etc., as well as also making sure that the hour of pickleball cessation, which, as mentioned, is 8 p.m. currently, is followed.
So with this barrier, you think 500 is too much, or can that be, in your opinion, would that be compromised?
We're following direction from the city council with regards to coming up with this ordinance. The number seems to be what has been successful generally across the cities that we have
With the
surveyed in
barrier,
our colleagues.
with the barrier. With the
Regardless,
wall.
no, without
Oh.
sound attenuation panels.
I see.
That is something that we would look to use for the existing courts. So we're speaking of grandfathering because they are within the 500 feet. But the courts that that we will build at Wilson Park will not have sound attenuation curtains placed on them unless we hear from the residents in the area that even though they are more than 500 feet away, they are concerned, then we would respond with the panels. But the panels become a line of sight issue for security and for police department because it's a thick wall that you cannot see through. And we do try to maintain windshield line of sight from the streets into the parks for public safety.
How about number of hours? When the restriction, like in the morning, what time to what time?
8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So we have that already in place?
Yes, although it is hard to enforce.
Yes.
We enforce it now that daylight savings time has ended. Enforcement of 8 p.m. cessation is more difficult, but we're not turning the lights on. However, starting at 8 a.m. is harder to enforce because we don't necessarily always have the staff to both lock and unlock the courts on a daily basis.
We don't need to put that in our ordinance? It's already in place, you're saying?
No, that is just within the park rules.
The
So
park
those are
rules.
operational policies, not necessarily ordinance policy.
And I think I agree with most of your findings, but I think there may be a way we can find a compromise between the community and what you're suggesting. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 500 feet, I think one person said that's more than 1.5 football field length. It does seem very long. I don't know if there's a square area for some of the best practices because what kind of built out. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I must disclose that my wife is an occasional pickleball player, just in case that is brought up by the public. And when I first heard of this ordinance and I discussed it with my wife, she thought, well, it must be related to all the screams and grunts generated from pickleball courts. I said, well, that's a different kind of noise. So now as I've been visiting some of the pickleball courts around, and I see some familiar faces out there, and have received the tours, I know that there's a limit on the number of indoor pickleball courts in the South Bay and LA County for the most part, right? So, of course, if it were held indoors, then of course that solves the sound problem. And I don't know if space like that currently exists within the city of Torrance. I know that there are some baseball batting cages facilities. I think there's one that recently opened near Costco. So I just mentioned that because I don't know if there are those types of facilities that might be converted into indoor pickleball. I don't know if we've reached out to our friends at Simon at Del Amo. I don't know what the activity is on the south end of the mall. They have some large spaces there. Don't know if those might be suitable. But I do understand this challenge of playing a sport in a dense urban, and we're not that dense, but we're moving in that direction. And I'm hopeful that, as Mr. LaRocque mentioned, that the industry and those who play the sport, I'm hoping that there could be some innovations in technology and in materials, whether it's a court, composition of the court, the ball itself, the paddles, and also any sound attenuation, blankets that could be put around that could help to reduce the sound. It's not the sport, it's the sound. I'm sure if people were playing competitive checkers next door, there wouldn't be any complaints because, of course, there isn't that type of noise generation. But and I'm hoping that the sport is moving in that direction, because as more people find it, hugely popular and fun to play, this is a reality, and this is our reality here. So I'm open to this discussion about exactly if it's whatever the distance is between a court and a populated area should be. But to me, as long as the decibel level is reduced, that should directly determine what the radius is from a court to residential. So I promised my wife I'd start playing this year. You may see me. Please don't laugh at me. Please don't pound me with a paddle because of how I voted on this. But I'm really going to try my best. But I am hopeful that because this is Torrance, we can come up with a suitable compromise and continue to move in the right direction. But thank you for your participation tonight, and thank you, staff, also for preparing this.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. LaRocque, for everything you're doing, trying to find a way that this works for everyone. And I hope people understand, I got to play pickleball. You were all so kind and welcomed me on the courts, and I had a great time. And I keep saying I'm going to go back, but I work a lot. But this came up because there was a concern, and I appreciate each and every one of you that came to the community meeting and who have tried to, park around the other sides of the parks and tried to adhere to the times. But it is something we have to be considerate about, and I appreciate those of you that are being considerate. But the fact that there's so much visibility about this across the United States tells us that there is something that needs to be addressed. And I hope that we're all honest in thinking that. We just can't continue to not be thoughtful of the people that are living close to the courts. I've been in their homes. I've heard, a high school student, in tears because she's trying to study for exams and she just can't get any relief. So she has to get in her car and go to the library to study late at night, a young person. So, that's just one example that we just have to keep in mind. And so I appreciate Mr. LaRocque looking at different options for us, and I hope the council will consider all thoughts, because I am not against pickleball, but I do care about the residents that are nearby the parks. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just learning how to do pickleball. I had to watch a lot of YouTube first before I could get into it, but it is a fun sport. But with that said, I think most of the things that we do here in Torrance are done by compromise. So maybe the 500 feet isn't it, maybe it's 200 feet, and then we'll continue to research the noise mitigation efforts for the courts that are closest. And I also appreciate that this ordinance would be applicable to future pickleball locations and not current ones. So I think that's a really good compromise on both sides. I was going to say split the difference 250, but I know that's hard in parcel terms. So I would be amenable to changing the ordinance to decrease the radius. And I believe in order to do that, I'm not sure if we would have to bring that back because the ordinance is already written, or whether we would have to.
If it's literally just changing the number, you wouldn't have to bring it back. You could alter that tonight by interlineation.
Okay, yeah, I believe that this one is best met by a compromise. That way we can get pickleball can continue to thrive. And I'm just throwing an arbitrary number of 200-300 feet, maybe not the whole 5. I'm interested to see what my council colleagues think, but that's the way that I would like to approach it.
All right, I'm gonna see if there's any other council members who want to speak before we motion to close the public hearing. Councilman Griffiths?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. In listening to everybody speak on this, I agree that compromise is important because both sides of the equation need to be paid attention to. However, just picking an arbitrary different distance without doing any studies, I think is not appropriate, and I think we should table this and put out more study to really determine what's an effective distance. What is a 250-foot distance do to limiting the number of potential future pickleball courts? We don't know that, and so I think we need to understand the impacts of the ordinance before we just pass one, even if it's a supposed compromise. And I'd rather see this one revisited after some study and brought back at a future time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani, you have more comments?
I just had a question. Mr. Lark, are you familiar with the total number of pickleball courts in Torrance right now?
Thanks, Councilmember Kalani. John LaRock, Community Services Director. At Walteria, we have potentially a total of 6 there. At Sur La Brea, we have 4. At Wilson, we have 2 outdoor, and then the 6 temporary ones or part-time ones at Wilson. And then, as I mentioned, we allow basketball courts to be converted to pickleball by players themselves Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., excuse me. And then we do have capital project approved plans to place 4 dedicated courts at Wilson Park, and then there are future courts contemplated for Columbia Park.
Okay. And is the plan what are the hours at the other parks? Sur La Brea is 8 to 8. Wilson is till 10?
All the other courts follow the park rules of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Except Sur La Brea?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And do you have any idea, the other park, Walteria, how far is the distance from the center of the court to the homes?
The closest court to the apartment complex adjacent to the park is 52 feet from the center of the court.
And at Sur La Brea?
They're 110 feet.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani. I agree with Councilman Griffiths. I think at this moment, my preference would be wait, especially knowing that there's going to be more pickleball courts coming in, and then I think the convergence at one particular place may shift a little bit. I asked the pickleball community to at least, talk with the neighbors that's sitting behind you, in front of you, to see what you could do to alleviate the pain. Because I think picking a number, I agree with Councilman Griffith. I'm sure to some folks it's still the wrong number, and then we're going to be, doing this dance for a while, and that's where I'm leaning right now. Any other council member has any comments before? Because I think someone's about to motion to close a public hearing. Are you motioning to close? Or
No, I wanted to make a quick comment.
All right. Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment that, about the distance. There's really, I don't think there's any study that's going to prove one way or the other, because it really becomes subjective to what tolerance levels residents may have or not have, or be acceptable. So there, I don't think there's necessarily an industry standard that we could look at. I think we'd be wasting a lot of staff's time really digging into something that becomes really subjective up here, especially up here. Again, I think I'm willing to compromise. I think 250 feet I think it's a good compromise. It allows us to explore more, I guess, open space that we already have, but it also sets a standard for any current or future fields that we might be exploring. Because right now we might be looking at portions of open space that are within the 250 feet, and that could be, then we have to, what do we do, tear them up? You know, so I think tonight, I think it would be a good time at least to throw it out. 250 feet is a good start. I think it's a good compromise. But anyways, do you need a motion to close the public hearing if everybody's done?
Any other council member want to speak before a motion to close the public hearing?
All right, then I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. I'll entertain a motion from any of the council members.
I'd like to move that we do an amendment to the current policy of and cut it down from 500 feet down to 250 feet. And I guess the reason is because we are exploring new locations, so I think setting a standard tonight would be beneficial. So that's my motion.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths and Mayor Chen voting no.
I think, do I need a number and title for this now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you please give us a number and title?
This is ordinance number 3931, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending section 91.37.3A of Chapter 1 of Article 37 of Division 9 of the Torrance Municipal Code to regulate the approval process and placement of pickleball courts in the PU Public Use Zone as amended.
Move to adopt ordinance 3931.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths and Mayor Chen voting no.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for participating. I know that not everyone's happy, but a compromise was made, and continue to work with each other. We'll allow the group to leave before I go on to the next one. You know, I know we jumped to 10C. Anyone here for 10A and 10B, or I would go back to the, okay, and then how about 9E and, I guess 9E and, you know, I guess 9E is just one item, so I think I'm going to go back in order. I think 9E, I don't think it will take that long.
No, Your Honor. Not, at least not from a staff presentation.
Sometimes we can make it painful, so we'll go back in order.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Item 9E is in response to Councilmember Lewis's request for concurrence from February 6th, where council provided direction to staff to return with an item to potentially consider providing a subsidy for the landing fees associated with one aircraft that is programmed to arrive at Torrance Municipal Airport as part of STEM Day that is planned on March 28th of this year. Landing subsidy is associated with a Douglas DC-3 aircraft owned by Flabob Aviation of Jurupa Valley, California, which is slated to arrive the day of the event. Following council's earlier action related to item 9B, there is an availability of $8,222, and if council were to approve the $100 subsidy, it would reduce that amount to $8,122. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. I think Councilwoman Lewis has clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this back. I think this is very important considering that the event is not paid for by the city and is actually being paid for by one of the pilots. And it is an important day that's coming up on the 29th. I know a lot of people, it would be $100 of landing fees that the city would not collect. And because we now have landing fees, it's now has to go to a subsidy. So I'm hoping that my council colleagues would think that the city not collecting $100 in order to host a STEM day would be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members has comments or questions? Please click in. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to throw out this comment. I'm fully in support of STEM programs. I think they're fantastic for our community. However, the email that we received from the pilot of this plane was a little bit nasty, and for somebody who's asking for a subsidy, I think he could have been a little nicer about it and not try to state his case in a blackmailish type of tone. And I'll just say that, but I will still support the item.
Thank you. Any other members of the council has comments or questions? I don't see any. I'll go to the public. I think we have Mr. James Henry. You've signed up.
I think you might have answered my questions, but I have 3 questions. What is the amount budgeted for the City Council operating budget for fiscal year 2023-24? Second question, how much has been spent so far? And the third one, where can I find the City's Council operating budget in the City's financial statement for fiscal year end June 30th, 2023? Your answers to these questions would be greatly appreciated.
I think someone from staff is getting ready to respond.
I could jump in and now correct me if I'm wrong. Mayor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, the program budget for the City Council's fee subsidy, I believe, is $10,300. What has been spent thus far, incorporating your action earlier this evening on item 9B, is $8,222. If the council were to approve this subsidy request, it would be $8,122 that would remain. All of our financial documents are available on the city's website. We would be happy to share the direct link following the meeting.
Thank you. So I believe on an annual basis, there's roughly 10,000 to start out July 1 of the fiscal year. Okay.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any. I'll look for a motion now on this one.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the subsidy for the STEM day.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I've been notified that we need to go back to item 10C to complete that item, to include a ordinance summary for publication. So,
And if you could also do the determination of the CEQA exemption.
okay. So, okay.
Your Honor, if we could quickly confer with the city council, would it be best to reopen the matter? And how should we do so?
Yeah, you can just do a motion for reconsideration because it's the same night. And so just do a motion for reconsideration, approve to redo the motion on the motion, and then just add in the summary and the CEQA findings.
So I would suggest one of the 5 members who voted positively do a reconsideration, please.
One of the people who voted for it would say, I'd make a motion for reconsideration of the item so we can redo the motion, so we can include the ordinance summary and the CEQA findings.
I make a motion to reopen item 10C for the summary findings and the additional language.
I'll second that, and that's for ordinance number 3931.
This is just to reopen it, and then you're gonna have to redo the whole motion.
Just to reopen it? Okay.
Yeah, you're not reopening the
Right,
public
right.
hearing,
I
you're
mean,
just doing a
opening the item.
reconsideration. Yeah.
Okay.
Reconsideration, okay.
It's
I'll
ordinance
second.
number 3931.
Okay, I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. So now we need to do the complete motion as recommended.
It might just be easiest to say concur with staff's recommendation with the altered amount, distance to 250.
All right, concur with staff's recommendation of the altered amount of 250 feet.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Griffiths and Councilmember Chen voting no.
All right. I think now I'm going to go back to 10A1, I believe. Now is the time and the place for public hearing on agenda items 10A1 and 10A2 pertaining to proposed amendments to the Torrance City Charter. Agenda item 10A1 deals with the positions of city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer. Agenda item 10A2 deals with the rest of the city charter. The agenda item will be considered as part of the public hearing, but each agenda item will be heard separately. Is there a staff presentation for agenda item 10A1?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. As you stated, there are 2 items on this matter. 10A1 deals with potential amendments to the charter dealing with the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer. I have a legal conflict of interest, so I have hired Peter Brown of Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore to advise the City Council on 10A1. I'm going to be recusing myself from this matter, and I will be having Deputy City Attorney G. Marie Littman sit in as advisor to the Council for any Brown Act issues that may come up, and I'll return during item 10A2.
Your Honor, I will also be joining the city attorney since this matter has an impact on the position of the city manager. I will recuse myself on 10A1. Thank you.
Okay. For the record, the city manager and the city attorney have recused themselves and are leaving the chamber.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and honorable members of the council. My name is Peter Brown. I'm an attorney with Liebert, Cassidy, Whitmore, and I have written a staff report on this item tonight, and I want to summarize what it is. I think there's a PowerPoint presentation. So your charter, as it relates to the city manager and the city attorney, I'll deal with them separately. was written in 1947. And there have been minimal amendments to the charter since 1947. And there are some issues that I want to talk to you about. And this is the first hearing regarding those issues. Okay? So the first one, we can switch the slide, deals with the city manager. So there are provisions in the city charter that specifically relate to the release of the city manager. And the ability of this council to release the city manager is limited by the charter to things such as conviction of a felony, conviction of a crime, upon the passage of a resolution after a unanimous vote of the city council. And so, and the charter itself specifically makes reference to charges needing to be brought against the city manager. And so, the recommendation for amendment to the charter, and please understand, this isn't something where the council would be taking action to make these changes. This would be to the extent that the council desires to move forward with these recommendations, the council would be directing and authorizing me to prepare charter language for you to put on the ballot for the November election. Okay, this would be something that the constituents of the community would have to vote for to amend the charter. And so the first item dealing with the city manager is that the city manager, although the charter refers to the city manager as someone who serves at the pleasure of the city council, the restrictions that are placed on this council's ability to remove the city manager are so limiting that there's a question as to whether or not the city manager actually has property interests in his job. And that's not the norm in cities in California. Cities in California, and I'll say the same thing when I get to the city attorney, provide that the city manager is an at-will employee who serves at the pleasure of the city council and can be removed by the city council. And by this presentation and by these recommendations, in no way do I make any recommendations related to anything regarding the employment of your city attorney and your city manager. This simply has to do with the process that's available for the rights that this city council has related to the employment of the city manager. And these provisions in the charter don't appear to have been touched. I mean, the last time that the city manager provisions of the city charter were touched were in the 1978 election, and it's not even clear whether any of that language was changed. In fact, the language in the charter specifically provides that the city manager shall earn more than $500 a year, which is obviously 1947 language. So at least with respect to the first piece of this, okay, which is the employment of the city manager, there are 482 cities in California, and I work with a lot of them. I've been working with cities for 35 years. The vast, vast, vast majority, in fact, I have never heard of a city that doesn't have the ability to remove the city manager as an at-will employee. And there's some question as to whether the city manager is an at-will employee based upon the language that's currently in your city charter. The second issue that relates to the city manager is that the city manager, per the charter, is only permitted to earn 30 days of sick leave and vacation. And as a result of that, the city manager is provided with a disability plan and has to cash out his sick leave and vacation each year. There's, you know, from a standpoint of like what do city managers receive from a recruitment standpoint, from a retention standpoint, I mean, the provisions that are currently in the charter are out of the norm. And so the recommendation would be to address those things as well. So as it relates to the city manager, it would be to modify the charter to make the charter provisions more in line with what we typically see for how city managers are employed by cities throughout California. Okay? As it relates to the city attorney, if we can switch the slide. Okay. The city attorney is actually a member of the civil service system in California, in Torrance, excuse me. Meaning that the city attorney is actually someone who cannot be removed without cause, just like any other employee who acquires a property interest working for the city who's passed a probationary period. It's unheard of for a city attorney. I mean, there are a few city attorneys in California. I work with one of the cities that has this, where the city attorney is an elected official. But it's very few, and you don't have an elected city attorney. But you do through, it's unclear as I read this charter, but what I mean, it's unclear what the original intent of the writers of the charter were, but it's very clear, based upon an analysis of the charter, that the city attorney is a civil service protected employee. And unlike the city manager provisions, where it specifically refers to the city manager as serving at the pleasure, but then has all these restrictions on the ability of the council to remove the city manager, with respect to the city attorney, there's no such restrictions. It's very simple. The city attorney is a civil service protected employee, and thus if the council, and he's your, in this case he, but that position is your most trusted legal advisor, and to the extent, and serves this council. And so the recommendation with respect to modification of the charter as it relates to the city attorney is to make that position a at-will position. Now, with respect to both of those positions, city manager and city attorney, if this council were to move forward with these charter amendments, and if the voters approve those charter amendments, neither of those charter amendments will apply to the existing folks, the city manager and the city attorney, unless they agree to be made applicable to them because of their current employment status. And typically what we see in California with respect to city managers and city attorneys is employment contracts being put in place, meaning that to the extent that the city manager and the city attorney would agree to be subject to these charter amendments, which would apply to future city attorneys and city managers, this council could enter into an employment contract with them, which is, how do I say, the standard, the norm, the typical thing that cities in California do with respect to their employment of their city manager and their city attorney. Okay. Lastly, there's provisions in your charter dealing with the city treasurer and the city clerk. And I wasn't provided with a lot of detail other than that there are issues related to minimum qualifications for the city treasurer and the city clerk. And we'd have to kind of flush those out as to what the desires of the council are, to the extent that the city council desires to make modifications to the charter provisions related to those positions, which I understand are both elected positions. And so with respect to city treasurer and city clerk, I would say that the council would need to provide some direction from the dais as to what it wants related to those positions in terms of modifications to the charter, to the extent that the council is desirous of making modifications to the charter as it relates to those two elected positions. And so, sort of in conclusion here, to the extent that the council is desirous of moving forward, I would need the council to take an action to direct me, special counsel, to draft charter language consistent with what the council specifically desires, and then provide, obviously, guidance as it relates to the treasurer and the city clerk, and then direct staff with respect to a second public hearing after that language is written. The council can consider whether or not it wants to move forward after another hearing. And per your municipal code, as I understand it, that hearing could not take place until at least 30 days from tonight, which is April 11th, and that next council meeting after that would be April 23rd. So the next time you could possibly hold a second hearing on this would be April 23rd. And I answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, does the council have any questions for Mr. Brown at this moment? I was going to say staff, but it wouldn't come out right. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I just wanted to make sure that I understood. If the council were to move to an at-will employee situation for both the city manager and the city attorney, it would not affect the sitting manager and city attorney at this time?
Yes, unless they agreed to be subject to it, which they could agree.
Or they could not?
Correct.
Okay. And so in which case, as long as they stay and there's no criminal reason to remove them, they would stay.
So let me clarify something here. So with respect to the city manager, the council could use the existing process, which would require a unanimous vote of the council, or specific charges would need to be brought against the city manager. With respect to the city attorney, there's no language like that in the charter. The city attorney is subject to the civil service system, meaning that the council would have to literally treat the city attorney as it would treat any other property interest protected employee by serving a notice of intent to terminate, and then going through a Skelly meeting and doing all the other things that are required, including the possibility, and not a possibility, the possibility actually of a hearing, a for-cause hearing in front of the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate your comments. Obviously, we need to do some reform, and I'm thankful for your help in helping us do that. In regards to the language, obviously you said it currently requires a unanimous vote in addition to those other things you mentioned. If we were to change it to at will, would it still require a unanimous vote, or would that be something we have the option to say it would be a majority vote, or?
Yes, you can change the charter to make it a majority vote. You can change the charter. An at-will employee is defined in California Labor Code Section 2922 as an employee who serves at the pleasure of the employer. And there's no cause that's required. The only restriction with respect to an at-will employee is that they cannot be terminated for an illegal reason, discrimination, for example. The restrictions that are placed on the termination of the city manager, it's a conflict, because on the one hand, the language says that the city manager serves at the pleasure of the city council, and then on the other hand, it places all these restrictions. So there's a legal conundrum there, right? You can change that legal conundrum to be exactly what you want it to be, which would be consistent with the vast majority of cities in California.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that there's been a longstanding joke amongst council members, current and past, that the city manager always knows where he stands if he thinks he has 4 votes. But that's really not in fact true in our case, because he needs to have 7 votes against him if he is concerned about losing his job, and amongst other things. So that A, the joke doesn't hold true, and B, I think we do need to make those changes to allow us to take action as needed. And I guess what I'm confused about a little bit is you talked about the employment contract. Is that a recommendation then that you're saying is if we do make these changes that we allow for an employment contract, and what would that look like?
Sure. So the reason that the vast majority of cities enter into employment contracts with their city managers and or city attorneys is because you want to be able to recruit the best people for the job, right? And if someone's an at-will employee, they're taking on a job with no safety net, right? That is, they're saying, I'm going to come to an agency to be the city manager or the city attorney, and if, for whatever reason, incompatibility of management style, okay, it doesn't work out, I'm out of income. So what an employment contract typically does is it provides a level of severance to the person who the employment contract is with, giving that person a softer landing, and then also encouraging them to want to stay at the agency. Meaning, when your current city manager and city attorney are no longer your city manager and city attorney, and you're looking to recruit for a new city manager and city attorney, having an employment contract with some level of severance in it would help you to recruit for good people.
So in the proposed potential charter amendment, we don't need to define the contract.
Not at all.
That would be something negotiated at the time of potential offering or hiring of a new city manager or city attorney.
Wouldn't have to be addressed in the charter at all.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have some questions to you since I don't see anyone clicked in at this moment. Just want to make sure, when I read this staff report, the accumulate 30 days of vacation leave and sick leave, is it separate 30 days of sick leave, 30 days of vacation? How you see it is a total of 60?
I may need to use a lifeline and ask staff, because from reading the charter, it's not entirely clear as to whether it's 30 days in total or 30 days for each. And I don't know if anyone on staff knows the answer to that. If they do, great. If not, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, the reason I asked, because a lot of industry has just combined them to PTO, and then
Correct.
they only allow, like, at the end of the calendar year, you can only, you can only save like no more than 2 weeks, or use it or lose it. I'm just trying to gauge what is the industry, but I'm not even sure if ours is 30 days combined. I would seem to read that this is 30 plus 30 separate, but sounds like Danny has something.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we're checking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because somewhere it says something like vacation leave and sick leave, and I think I read the charter. Maybe it's in the charter that's in 10A that says something respectively or something like that. And when I think of respectively, I tend to think 30 plus 30, but that was me. And then maybe, but that would not even be a new number. You're not even saying that would be something you would put in the charter amendment. That would be part of a future if we're getting a new city manager to put that in the contract. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Probably yes. That is, you wouldn't need to put the limit on the amount of sick leave and vacation in the city charter. That was the idea that was put in 1947, but I don't know that you would need to include that in the charter today. No,
Right,
that would be part of the employment.
Because that number will always probably be a bad number once we put it in there. Okay. I was going to ask you, by the way, do you know what is, on top of your head, all the cities that you work with, what would be like a sick leave or
Sick leave is generally either unlimited, which means you accrue 8 hours a month, 96 hours a year is pretty standard, no cap. And for vacation, and I know Mayor, you're right that there are lots of agencies who have a combination of vacation and sick leave, calling it PTO. But for vacation, it's typically somewhere between 3 and 4 years worth of accrual.
Okay.
Mayor, Jean Marie Lippman, City Attorney's Office. The charter does say that for the city manager, the vacation periods and sick leave shall not respectively accumulate in excess of 30 days. In practice, that to me reads 30 days of each, similar to what you were saying, but I don't know in practice how that's been distributed. And I think they're still working on that answer.
Okay. And maybe at this point, that may not be an issue. It was just, I was trying to figure out when I started this, probably similar to Councilman Griffith, I was wondering, where if we make changes, you're going to be writing charter amendment with different numbers in there, and I just want to make sure, how we're lining up with industry best practice.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we've confirmed the city has been treating it as Ms. Lippman has read the charter to be
30
respectively
plus
individual.
30.
That's correct.
Okay. Great. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, just curious on this same topic. Could we just remove the language altogether on the sick and vacation and put that into a employment contract?
Of course.
That might be the easier way to do it.
Yeah.
And that gives us flexibility in the future.
Yeah, I think
just take it out of the charter, because if we have to change the charter again, oh my gosh. Yeah,
I think that's where we were converging just now. I think. I just want to make sure I check my notes here. Okay, I'm going to repeat what I think one of my colleagues said. The draft charter amendment language you potentially would provide for us would clean up what's in there right now. But they would not have a draft of a potential contract for the city manager and city attorney.
Correct.
So they basically, each of them, respectively, would continue as they are today unless one of them kind of says, I don't like the way we are today, I want to contract?
No, I think that's a good question. So, the issue of the employment contract is really separate from the charter. The charter amendments would address the issue of removal and would either amend the issue of leave accruals or remove the issue of leave accruals. And then the last thing it would do is it would write it in 2024 language, not 1947 language. Okay? It wouldn't be all references to he and all the things that you would typically see in current document. It would be written so that it's a current document. The issue of employment contract is something that this council can decide separately. It doesn't have to enter into an employment contract. If it didn't enter into an employment contract, that could motivate the existing city manager and the existing city attorney to not want to modify their employment under the new provisions of your adopted charter. And so that's something that you can deal with completely separately from the charter. I raise the employment contract issue just simply because that's the way, as I said, the vast majority of city managers and city attorneys are employed in California.
Okay, so I know that we're on 10A1, but in 10A2, we have sort of like an attachment that has a charter. So when you come back after today for the next hearing, will you be providing us languages even that's, I'm going to make up something. I think in the charter right now it says the city manager needs to be a resident in the city of Torrance.
Right. That violates the California Constitution.
Right, okay, so you would come back in the second hearing to have something that sort of like strikes that out.
Absolutely.
Even though I'm finding the information in 10A2, but in 10A1 you will work that.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to let another council member speak right now because I'll come back to the other ones. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Sure.
Very informative. Can we make it to where I think the whole purpose would be to avoid having to change the charter in the future for whatever reasons, so can it be designed to where the certain positions like the city manager and the city attorney are, I guess, hired or appointed to that position, and any changes, whether to their pay or employment, is through resolution instead of having to go through massive changes. Let's say the law changes in the future and something that's in the charter, like right now, the fact that the manager has to live within the city, something to where we can actually make changes by resolution. In other words, put more power on this side of so that we can make those changes by resolution instead of trying to sit there and every couple of years trying to make amendments to the charter. I'm sorry, it's late.
No, it's fine.
My brain's kind of.
The answer to your question is yes. There aren't a lot of terms and conditions of the city manager's employment in the city charter. I mean, I've specifically addressed the ability to terminate the city manager and the issue of his sick and vacation accruals. But yes, we would write language. I would write language that is consistent with giving the council as much authority as possible to define the terms and conditions of employment. Because you don't need to have that in a city charter.
Okay.
It was an idea to address the termination in 1947, but it's not consistent with the way it's dealt with now.
And okay, so but obviously I would like to make it consistent with them, like other chartered cities.
Sure.
Just so that I think if there's ever any kind of we'll call it litigation or challenges, we get pointed out, well, there's 50 other cities within the state that do this. That kind of, I don't know that that's a defense, but I guess the termination portion of it, I think, is something that we definitely need to address. I don't know how are we going to go down the laundry list and kind of do thumbs up? Because, obviously we're not all going to agree on what we'd like the charter amendment to be, but I think we can kind of get down to the nuts and bolts of what's most important, which is, I think, the termination ability of the council being unanimous. I think that's something that's almost impossible to get everybody to agree on something. But if we get a simple majority 4 of the 7 council members. Now, a simple majority, 50% plus 1, because I've seen some cities grow, not that we have the territory to grow, but, even even specifics like, 4 votes, 4 out of the 7 votes, but what if the council grew, let's say, 100 years from now? So, I mean, those kind of things, the simpler we keep it, I think the charter, the easier it is, I think, to manage it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. The question, because obviously whatever you do here is going to voters. So the more you take away from the discretion of the voters, theoretically, the more unlikely it will pass. But a lot of the stuff that you may see if you read it is just completely outdated just because of the timing of it. And terms and conditions can go in an employment contract. The issue of termination, since this is a charter city, belongs in the charter, but giving the council maximum discretion is probably what makes the most sense. And so if I did write charter language for the council to consider, council will do the same thing they're doing now, which is consider it, evaluate it, say we want to add this, we want to add that, so that you can get that done in time to get this timely put on the election cycle for November of this year.
And would we bundle this up into one resolution, one charter amendment, like the city manager, city attorney? What's your?
I may need to confer with the city attorney on that, only because to the extent that he has other charter amendments that are unrelated to his employment and the city manager's employment, he may want to have it to go at all at the same time, but you don't have to.
Because I remember in 2020, was it in 2020, we had 4 different charter amendments, and it kind of it was nice to have it separate, but at the same time, it got people to, maybe they didn't like one and say, I'm not going to vote on all of them, so, I don't know, we got to kind of have to be careful with that. But obviously keeping the voters, I guess, within the decision-making, but ultimately it's their decision which direction they want to go with the charter.
Sure.
But I think it's been mainly about simplifying the language and also addressing at least for me, the most important thing is addressing the termination and making it with just simple majority. I think I'd be happy with that.
Great.
Anyway, all right, thank you.
Let me do a clarification before a lot of questions. I anticipate where we might go down, and I just want to make sure we calibrate this discussion. The reason that there's 10A1 is because we're talking about potential separation issues with the city manager and city attorney. Earlier when I said even languages such as the city manager needs to be a resident of the city of Torrance, does that come back as 10A1 hearing number 2, or those are kind of things, because we're probably wondering all these 46 pages in the charter, in this session, are we going to look at all the ones that we need to make changes associated with city manager or city attorney, or that's not? Because otherwise, I think we're going to go one by one. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. I definitely would want to confer with the city attorney on this, and the reason I say that is because the city got in touch with me to assist with this, and obviously the city attorney has a conflict of interest with respect to this, as it relates to the termination issues.
Okay.
The other things that are in your charter that are outdated, he may want to deal with as part of the other item,
okay,
or he may want to deal with it as part of this item. Whatever his pleasure, I'll adjust.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You guys can.
I'll defer to Mr. Santana first, and then fill in any blanks if needed.
Very kind of you, Ms. Littman. Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. That is part and parcel of why these items are separated into 10A1 and 10A2. So that way, items that involve potential conflicts for the city attorney and the city manager are handled separately without their involvement. They've stepped out of the room intentionally behind that. And they can re-participate on the items covered on 10A2. Whether the council decides to proceed with one complete charter amendment, that's a simple yes or no, or break them out into individuals, that could be subject to council direction.
Right.
I think what Mr. Brown would benefit from is clear direction as to what you do want him to proceed with, So that way, on the second hearing, he could bring you that language comparable to what is included in A2, and you could get formal direction as to how to proceed or not.
Right.
Did
Okay.
I capture that correctly,
Yes,
Mr. Brown?
perfect.
Okay, because I think most of us are converging. Go ahead, I'll let you speak.
Thank you, Jean Marie Litvin, City Attorney's Office. I believe the previous direction from the council, when you decided to move forward with this process, was that you wanted to do a wholesale item. Although I do believe that we can explore splitting it up into multiple items, I don't know what that will do to the timeline at this point. If you want to take a quick recess, we can confer with Mr. Sullivan about it.
Yeah.
Or you can wait to hear. But-
Yeah, I think we could, you know, what I would suggest about that strategy, we could probably discuss at the next 10A2. We could discuss that. Because this one, I think the key things that you're trying to get direction from us, which is something that potential conflict of interest, is the separation of the city manager and then the civil service versus a at-will for the city attorney. And then the big part two of this is the city clerk and city treasurer. So I'll let others speak before I come back. But I'm okay with addressing the separation of city manager, at least I'm just sharing with my colleagues, and the approach for you, the current language for city attorney from an at-will to, from a civil service to an at-will, the right languages. The other stuff, like I mentioned about, you know, city manager needs to be, you know, a resident city of Torrance, that kind of cleanup work. You know, if it's, we can handle that in A2, I think that's there. I don't think there's a conflict of interest there. All right, Councilman Kaji.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Now is the time to discuss anything related to the positions of the city attorney, the city manager, and then also looking for direction on the city treasurer and the city clerk.
Yes, we will get to that.
It will be with Mr. Brown.
Okay.
For anything, what you're
Sure.
saying, not in 10A2.
Oh, okay, all right.
The conflict is as to anything
Sure,
as it relates to their employment.
Yeah, I would
not
suggest,
just their
I would suggest that
termination.
you clean up the one that says the city manager needs to be a resident of city of Torrance. I mean, that was just one thing I caught, but I can let Councilman Kaji talk while I look through my notes now.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Brown. And I think after 77 years, I don't know what your reaction was when you first looked at our charter, but going back to 1947 and trying to put it in that context to where we are now, you know, the city's in dire need of an update. So I'm looking forward to, you know, those items that you do identify and bring back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question, a salary question. Is that appropriate here or not? A salary question in regards to the city manager and the city attorney. Is that appropriate or not?
Yeah,
It's not? Okay.
right.
Okay. All right.
It'll be a potential future thing if we're looking for a new city manager, if we're potentially talking about a contract. But we're not talking, but I think what you're saying is the at least $500 thing, you know, we would like you to address that.
It is in there right now.
It's in there.
So I didn't know if we needed to talk about that. But we're just talking about removing it because there'll be a contract now.
Well, the contract would not, if this council desires to enter into a contract with the city manager and or city attorney, that wouldn't be addressed in the city charter. The issue that's in the city charter right now simply says the city manager shall earn at least $500 per month, which that language doesn't need to be in the charter anymore. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is still true, right?
It is still true, right? It doesn't need to be in the charter anymore at all. So if the council desires to remove how much the city manager shall earn from the charter, it can.
Thank you. That's where I was going. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, in regards to the city manager, city attorney, I think we're really overcomplicating this. I think really all we need to say is, are we interested in changing their employment status to at will, where we can remove them for cause, whatever cause we think is appropriate with a majority vote of the council, period. Am I hearing things correctly?
There's just one subtle distinction.
One subtle distinction.
Yeah, and that is, it's not for cause. You don't need cause.
Okay.
Okay.
At will.
It would be at will, which means at your pleasure.
Okay. got a minor word wrong, but I think my intent was there.
Absolutely.
So, and then the salary and other terms of their employment would be via contract,
If
which
that's,
we negotiate at the time of employment. And that doesn't need to be in this discussion at all.
absolutely.
Okay, so any other comments or questions specifically to city manager and city attorney on this one? And I should ask you, do you need more clarification for those two positions?
I don't.
At this moment.
I would only need clarification with respect to the treasurer and the clerk.
All right, let's go on, and does any members have comments or questions they want to address with respect to city clerk or city treasurer? And I know that they're here right now, so I don't know if this, we have the conflict of interest earlier, but I guess we don't here.
No, I asked, Rebecca Poirier, city clerk, I asked the city attorney if it would be a conflict for my position, and he said no.
Okay,
But I would like to speak as to my position, having requirements.
okay.
When you all are done with your discussion.
I'm wondering, at this moment, maybe before my colleagues speak, maybe we'll let them speak and just, I'll hear from them. Otherwise, it may formulate more questions we have. So I would say, city clerk, you go first, and then if the city treasurer wants to say something, I'll give you the opportunity. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Rebecca Poirier, city clerk. I do agree that the city clerk position should have requirements. If you are considering a charter change at this time, I would request that you consider including a bachelor's degree at a minimum and perhaps a certified municipal clerk designation or records management certification in the charter. Other charter cities have this in their charters. Huntington Beach requires a degree, and I believe they're looking at their charter to see what other requirements that they may include. And I know that I've spoken to the city clerk in Redondo Beach, and they are doing a charter review right now, and she is adding requirements to the charter for them to consider at the next election.
Okay,
So,
as part of the description of if a candidate wants to run
yes.
for that.
In addition to being a registered voter, yes.
Okay,
And for me, it's just to protect the city in the future, because currently you only need to be a registered voter. And the city clerk's field has become more intense and complicated, and I feel that this would protect the city in getting somebody to run for the position that would actually be able to fill the role and not rely on the staff to do the job only.
and are you making any suggestion, recommendation? You could go either way, whether it's a elected position or appointed position.
I feel most cities have made their elected city clerks appointed. Unfortunately, in Torrance, the voters have spoken that they don't want the position appointed. But if you look across the other cities, I'm trying to think of the current cities that just recently in the last two elections, their elected city clerk is now appointed.
Okay,
So most cities are moving towards that because it is a professional position, and you should have requirements on the position, just as you do your other department heads.
understand.
I mean, in Torrance, this position is a full-time position.
Right.
There are a few cities where the city clerk is part-time, like Gardena, El Segundo, Lawndale. So I wouldn't compare it to that. But as far as, I'm full-time here, just like the other department heads, there should be requirements.
Okay, got it.
Thank you for letting me
Sure.
speak.
Are there any, you guys want to withhold your comments, or you want to listen to the city treasurer first? Because anyone have comments or questions to the city clerks for clarification? Okay.
Go ahead and hear.
Okay, city treasurer, do you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm definitely on board with recommending provisions for removal, minimum qualifications, and gender-neutral language. I am still working on evaluating what those minimum qualifications might be, and also provisions for removal. I'm currently in the middle of a comprehensive survey of many other cities and their charter language, reviewing that, analyzing it, and coming up with the best language that works for the city. There's a couple of others that I've identified that may be worthy of inclusion in any charter amendments, but those will require conversations with legal to make sure that it's feasible. I'll have a complete report and analysis for you for the second of these hearings.
Did you have any insight or whether it's elected or appointed position as well?
That's been tried, just because of the results from only 4 years ago. I think it would be an uphill battle, but I'm open to either. I can work with either.
Okay. All right. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. On the issue of minimum requirements, I like that idea, but I'm concerned that if we're restricting the potential candidates to the city of Torrance, that does restrict our field where if we were going with appointed, we could be choosing from a much broader pool of candidates. And my concern would be, and maybe we can get a clarification, what happens if we have a situation where we've lost our clerk or our treasurer and there's minimum requirements, and we have no candidate that comes forward that meets those minimum requirements? What do we do?
You'd probably have to rely on your deputy city clerk, who may not have those requirements, may not have meet the minimum qualifications to step in the role, but would have to do so on an interim basis.
Yeah, so I'm a little concerned about putting in the minimum requirements of potentially putting us in a challenging spot. We've lived this long with it the way it is. I think we should maybe look at some other concerns. And so I'm hesitant on that one. On the issue of termination of our elected officials, the clerk and the treasurer, I think there is some discrepancies currently in our charter that need to be reviewed such that we have the ability to remove an elected official under certain circumstances, which we faced a situation with our previous treasurer, and we were unable to take action because of the way the charter totally didn't provide a mechanism to allow us to take that person out of office. So I think that's a critical component as long as we have an elected treasurer and clerk. But I think from my recollection of the discussions, the clerk's positions, as described in the charter, already has provisions for removal for certain cause. And I just think we need to make sure that we're consistent about doing that for both of those elected officials, as long as they remain elected.
I think Treasurer requested to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Griffiths, I just wanted to address your comment about the minimum requirements, and I share in your concern that there is the possibility of making it so restrictive that you can't find anybody to run. So, for example, in the city of Huntington Beach, they require a master's degree in accounting, finance, business, or public administration, or a bachelor's combined with receiving a certification within 3 years. And personally, I think that would be pretty stringent. Maybe the second one would be easier to achieve, because when you narrow it down to a master's degree, you're really limiting the field. But that's definitely one of the things that personally I'm trying to achieve, that balance of not narrowing the field so much, but still making sure it's professional.
No, I agree, and I think Hermosa Beach, as an example, they're a much larger city, so their pool of candidates potentially would be larger as well.
Also for the city clerk for Huntington Beach, it is more restrictive than what I've recommended. They require that the person elected or appointed have a bachelor's degree in business, public administration, or a related field. So in my case, my bachelor's degree is liberal studies. I would not be eligible to run in their city if I lived there. And I'm just saying have a bachelor's degree in general. Also, you have to hold a certification as a municipal clerk within the first 3 years in office. So you could put that parameter too. Maybe they don't have it when they're elected, but they have to earn it within the first 3 years.
All right.
It would be my choice to put it on the ballot to make it appointed, but we were told by the city manager and the finance director that it's not going to be considered in this ballot, in this time around, because they did a survey and the survey didn't support that it would pass. Yeah,
I think we'll have 2 more hearings to make sure that is the path we're heading down. I believe. I think I think last time measure, whatever, that did not pass for an appointed clerk and treasurer was done. But then, with respect to the treasurer, we had 2 more years of real-life experience where the treasurer's function was actually done by our finance department, and we were able to do it. So that's evidence that we're able to function as a city as an appointed position, because you have to have someone who really knows how to do the work. But we'll have further discussion. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Huntington Beach is a elected resident that must have those major requirements. And do they typically have multiple people running?
That I have not looked into.
Okay, okay.
Because I don't believe their city clerk has term limits either, and I don't know how long their current city clerk has been there.
Okay. So then it's my understanding, is our discussion whether we want to try to go back and amend it to be appointed?
That was my suggestion, that we actually at least think about it consciously, if it's, it's something that we think it's good, or we could appeal only maybe the city manager and the city attorney ones are all clumped in one big basket, if you will, and then the city clerk and the city treasurer might be measure number 2. But yes, I mean, if we think that's something, I think we have the opportunity. That was, as our deputy city attorney earlier said, our last meeting, we decided that we're all going to do everything all in one. But the thing is, all in one, what do we want in there? I think, we do have opportunity to make adjustments. But I think if we do, if we put everything all as one big measure, do we want the language for, what's cause for termination for an elected official there's no written language right now? Go ahead.
The last city clerks that I spoke to, and I'm sorry it's late, I'm tired, I can't remember the city or her name, she said the reason she believed hers passed is because while the city can't advocate for an appointed city clerk, you can do educational outreach, and that's what her city did. They did a huge educational outreach campaign on the charter change to make the city clerk appointed, and it passed.
So for me, appointed, you can look for minimum requirements. Someone who runs for office, I don't think he'll be successful looking for minimum requirements. Thanks.
Mayor, can I
Yes,
speak
go
to,
ahead.
thank you, Jean Litvin, City Attorney's Office. I did confirm that you do still have the opportunity to split this up into multiple measures. It won't mess up the timeline, but just a reminder that that will cost.
Sure,
Each additional
sure.
measure will
Right.
have a cost.
Right. Yeah, more measures, more costs. But, yeah. Okay, I'm looking for any more questions or comment, because right now, I think at this moment, this is what I think I'm hearing, is yes, we do wish to have additional language for the city treasurers. Looks like the current treasurer is, it seems like he agrees that we should have some minimum qualification language for that. And we could review it and determine, do we want that or not at the next hearing. But I don't know how much more information are you looking for us. I just want to make sure we're providing you the direction or the clarification you're looking for. With respect to city clerk, I believe she's suggesting, and I don't think anyone here is disagreeing that we need minimum qualifications. We're just trying to figure out what's the language that needs to be adjusted in the city charter.
I think I can respond. So, I mean, obviously, I don't know if the council's going to take a vote as to whether it's going to direct me uh, to move forward with the next public hearing as it relates to the city manager and the city attorney. Whatever the council direction on that is, so far from the discussion, I understand. But I'll see what action the council takes. With respect to the city treasurer and the city clerk, it doesn't, at least at this point, sound like it sounds like there's a request for information specifically coming back to the city council about specific modifications to the minimum qualifications. And then tonight, there is the suggestion of perhaps having a charter amendment that would make the position an appointed position. And what's not entirely clear to me is that whether that would be on the same track in terms of timing as it relates to the election for charter amendments as it relates to the city manager and the city attorney. So I'll just have to work that out with the city attorney in coming back to this council to the extent that the council directs a second public hearing.
Yeah, I think the deputy city attorney just got feedback that it would still fit timeline, but it will probably cost more because it's an extra measure. Danny, did you want to say something? I wasn't sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Just a gentle reminder, we do need to open this up for public feedback before we provide direction to Mr. Brown on how to proceed next.
Yep, I'm aware. I was trying to give the council as much time to do this before we go to the public. Okay? All right. I think no one's clicking in, so So we will now take public comment on agenda item 10A1. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. So, Madam Clerk, has anyone signed? No one has signed up. So, sir, it looks like you're up. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. The President of the United States has 2 requirements, age and citizenship. So I don't think you need to, the people don't like losing their votes. And so my recommendation, listening to everything, is you try to put it all in one big thingamajiggy. I think the voters, if they're smart, and I think they're smart, they're going to vote it down if they don't like any piece of it. So I think you should separate it out and do the important stuff. You don't care whether it says the city manager's got to make at least $500 a month or whatever. You don't need to make charter amendments for that. You need to make it do the important stuff, and I think it should be several of them, and then the people can vote on whether they want to do the blah, 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 or the blah, 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 or the blah, blah, blah. I think the people will support the idea of having, removing the civil service stuff and having it be an at-will. I don't think this works anymore. Oh, yeah, it does. So I think but I think they should all be separate things. I was expecting they would be separate things. And I think that would be important because if you do it in one chunk, you may lose it all. And there's nothing that says that if this process is that simple, that you can't do further amendments in future years. Because right now, you haven't spent that much time doing quote-unquote charter amendments. So do what's important. And for this election cycle, you have more election cycles, and let the people decide. Torrance has run and it's been successfully running for a long time. So charter amendments, really, I'm not really in favor of them unless they're needed. And so a lot of the stuff discussed.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the next item we'll talk about more stuff. This one we had talk is because they're recused. So. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. So, does any member of the council have more questions before we close the public hearing?
Can we close the public hearing anyway?
Yes, we could.
I'll move to close public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. Okay, looks like Councilman Griffith is clicked in to make a move.
Yeah, if there's no other questions from council, I'd like to try to summarize a recommendation that we'd like to potentially have you move forward with as part of this initial hearing. I'm going to try and do it as simple as I can. As far as the city manager and the city attorney goes, I think it's like I tried to say earlier, is to rewrite their employment situation and the charter to be both of them at will employees, subject to removal by a majority vote of the city council. And I don't know that there's anything else we need to add for those two positions.
You may want to look at page 3 here. He kind of helped us.
Oh. Well, by doing that, by doing the suggestion I just made, it does those things. I think that we should have some additional discussion on potential minimum requirements for the treasurer and city clerk, but obviously subject to discussion and agreement by the council. And lastly, I think we need to ensure our termination of our elected officials, city clerk and city treasurer, are the same, so that we have the same rights to remove those positions if need be. And that would be my recommendation, unless somebody wants to add something.
And before you finish that, also suggested dates for a second and third hearing.
I thought that was already given to us.
No, I mean.
One of the dates were a little different.
The date that I gave you is the first date you could have the hearing, which is April 23rd, so it could be a subsequent council meeting.
I thought we had a discussion on that at a previous meeting that we were in
Yeah,
session.
and in item 10A, you'll say second hearing would be April 23rd, and the third hearing is June 4th, I believe.
And I think that we set those dates because that fit the timeline of our required stuff to get everything properly sewed up and able to make the ballot on time. So I would concur with those dates, if that's part of the motion that we need to make.
Yes.
I had a question on your motion.
Sure.
So you said elected officials, the removal of elected official by the majority of the council. Does that mean that the council can remove each other?
No, I meant elected officials being the city clerk and city treasurer.
I just wanted that.
What's in there for the council members, I think we don't feel that there's a need to change that, and there's never been any discussion on that. That was only pertaining to the elected officials, city clerk and city treasurer.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
So,
Well, the ability to remove under certain circumstances, which the city clerk's office does have a description for a removal process, but the city treasurer does not. So my thinking was to make them the same.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimous.
Okay, I think we could bring them back.
Before we move on, I apologize. I hope you'll forgive me. It's actually only one public hearing that we're in tonight with two separate items. So if somebody wanted to make a motion for reconsideration as to your motion to close the public hearing and then take a vote to reopen the public hearing so that it could carry on for the next portion of this item, that would clean things up for us.
I make a motion to reconsider opening up the public hearing.
To reconsider
Closing.
the decision to close the
I'm sorry,
meeting.
to reconsider closing the public hearing, starting with item 10A1.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right,
And now we can move on to the next item.
okay. And I think we're on to item 10A2, right? So let's take a quick I don't want to use the word recess, just take a break to bring them in.
Good night, council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you for helping us.
You mean good morning?
Looks like we need a 5-minute break, so let's do it since the bio break is already starting. We're taking a 5-minute break. right, we just came back from a break. City Clerk, did you say we need to reopen?
Yes, you did a motion to reconsider, but you didn't do the motion to reopen the public hearing.
Okay. I'll take a motion to reopen the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now agenda item 10A2. Is there a staff presentation?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. We had an earlier item on February 27th to kind of do a much broader overview. As discussed during the previous item, we're looking at the next public hearing being on April 23rd, followed by a third hearing on June 4th, and then we'd have to set a special meeting to add it to the agenda sometime June 25th or later. The county would like notice of the election being called and the measure being placed on the ballot by July 8th. So sometime between June 25th and July 8th, we'd have to do that. Rather than doing a full presentation due to the late hour, council may just want to look at page 3 of the item for some of the items that had been discussed back since July of 2019 when we first started the charter measure back then. There's a list there of 9 possible items amongst other items that could be discussed. So I can just leave it up to the council if they'd like to raise certain items that they'd like to talk about tonight, or if there's other things, if they want to give direction of me proceeding in a different way. But I thought that might just be the easiest way to proceed at this point due to the late hour.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sullivan, could you explain number 5 for me, please?
Yes, the current charter provision is that the city's elections are on the state primary date. And so in presidential election years like 2024, it moves to March. And then in non-presidential years, it moves to June because the state's primary moves. So one of the things that you could look at is setting it on a date, say March or June, or you can move it to the general election in November, which may be cheaper due to the larger number of elections happening on that date. The smaller election dates in March or June are usually more expensive because there's less elections from other cities.
For all districts? So my confusion was about the district, so we cannot have.
You could move all the districts.
Presidential election, isn't? How are they going to stagger? I'm not clear with that.
So,
It's
so
presidential election and.
The election dates for us depend on when the state primary is. So in 2024, the state primary is in March.
Yeah.
So in 2, 4, and 6, they would be in March.
Oh,
And then the mayor, 1, 3, 5 would be in June.
Okay.
Because of the way but they stagger with 2 years. Yeah,
okay.
but the idea would be you could either leave it now where it rotates, move it to March or June, or move it to the general election. And I believe the clerk said that she believes that she doesn't have estimates, but she believes that the general election would be cheaper.
The general election would be that at some point, all our elections would be in November, so we don't have to remember if it's a June or a March.
Yep.
I think people are reading right now. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you. So that was one of the recommendations that I made at our last meeting on this item was, to try to make our elections kind of more consistent and easy for people to know when our elections are. And I think I mentioned to be in concurrence with our school board, which, if I'm not mistaken, is in November in the general election. Does anyone know?
Yes, it's November.
And if it's going to save money for the city as well, with the cost of elections as high as they are these days, I think that's an added benefit to to just make every election in our city be in November, along with the general election and our school board, and that way our city's all in election mode all at one time, as opposed to at various scattered different times throughout the year. That's just a thought that I had. It's certainly not a motion I'm ready to make. I'd love to hear more feelings from my colleagues on that particular item. Skipping to a different topic, one of the other items that I've continued to lobby for and feel pretty strongly about is, especially with the advent now of moving to district-based elections, where it's a winner-take-all in each district, which has never been the case in our city before. I think having a runoff is important, where we have our elected officials being elected by at least a minimum of 50% plus one, as opposed to having a situation where we might have 4 or 5 candidates running for a city council seat or a mayor's seat, and having a mayor or a city council member win an election by 25% or 20%. I don't think that's a good judgment on our elected official, who might then be governing our city, to win with such a low margin of support in the community. And that's why I think a runoff would be really important for all those seats that are winner-take-all seats, which would ultimately be now all of our elected seats in our city. And again, to try to minimize the cost of doing a special election, to seriously consider a mail-in election for that runoff only, not for the general elections, but just for the runoff, to do a mail-in. So if, let's say, District 4 needed to do a runoff because no candidate achieved 50%, then District 4 only would do a mail-in city-run runoff election, as opposed to having the county do it and charge us exorbitant amounts of money to do that, and also to slow down the process. I think we could do a city run as well as a mail-in runoff election in a much faster turnaround than if we depended on the county for doing so. And obviously we would need some input from the city clerk and the county, or really the city clerk, as to what it would entail to run a mail-in runoff citywide and or per a district, just to give us enough information to decide if that's something that you even want to consider. But I think that, personally, I think that's really important, and I'd love to see that continue to be discussed in the hearings. The other one I had was 2 items that we didn't talk about previously, but that just kind of came to my mind as a result of the recent election. And these might not even be charter issues, so Mr. Sullivan, if you could coach me if need be. We have a 30-day residency requirement for elected officials in our city. I've heard so many people say that seems to be ridiculously a short amount of time to reside in our city and or our district in order to qualify to run. Is that something that's even changeable? And if so, is it in the charter or in some other location?
That is in our charter, and I think that's what the state law is. I don't know if Rebecca, if you know offhand, if that's the state law requirement as well.
I'm sorry, I was contacting the county. What was the question?
The 30-day
residency requirement for elected official?
I believe that is in the elections code. I'd have to look it up.
Anyway, so if we don't have the answer tonight, maybe we can at least carry that forward to the next hearing so that can be discussed, although I won't be here, but I think it's worth discussion. I know, like I said, many people over the years have said our 30-day residency requirement to either live in the city or live in your district is unbelievably light restriction, and I think if somebody wants to serve our community, they should be in their district and or the city for a longer period of time. Just my personal thoughts at this moment. The other thing was this election saw something that I've never seen before in a city council election, and that was the significant amount of money put into elections by special interests through PACs or independent expenditures, whichever you prefer to call it. And I don't know if we have the right to regulate money. We obviously have a rule that is a city rule that, you know, $1,000 donation is a maximum, but I don't know that we have any rules about independent expenditures or PAC money being brought into our elections. Because right now there's really no restriction on the amount of money that PACs and independent expenditures could bring into an election. And to my recollection, I don't think that that's ever happened except for through our city labor unions for any city council position. And I think the last time we did have that was in a mayor's race that ended up causing a great deal of problem for our city. So I think I would like to see us look into the rules about what we could regulate or not in regards to the special interest PAC money and independent expenditures in our elections going forward.
Any other council members have some comments and questions? If not, I will take the liberty because I think city attorney suggested we look at page 3, so we'll look at page 3. I think number 1, I would say yes, city clerk or city treasurer as an appointed official instead of elected. We may want to, I think we had a discussion, do we want to make that part of our total package or peel that out as a separate one? I don't know.
It may have to be 2 separate ones, just because there's a single subject rule for measures in the state of California. So the charter amendment as a whole would be considered one because you're amending the whole charter.
Right.
But I think because they're separate positions, I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I believe they probably have to be separate.
Okay,
The one for the treasurer, one for the clerk.
I see. Okay. I mean, we could look at that and maybe take a look at the costs associated with it because we could change our mind next time, but at least look at that. Number 2, appointing officers. I believe that's kind of like the language that says the finance director is appointed or a city engineer, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
police chief.
some of those positions aren't appointed anymore.
Right.
And then one of the things that's also kind of strange, like other things in our charter, is the council appoints the finance director, but then she reports to the city manager, which is a strange. If it's going to report to the city manager, usually the city manager would appoint.
Right. Yeah. Things like that, and city manager needs to live in the city of Torrance, things like that. City charter on council compensation, I would say yes. Okay, now I got to think about how does 4 and 1 different now.
Does the council want to discuss different types of compensation related to the council's compensation? I mean, there's a wide variety. From the charters that I've looked at, the city of Carson does a low-income family of 4 for LA County, which I think when they became a charter city in 2016, 2017, that was about $77,000, and it's gone up since then. Chula Vista has an interesting provision that the mayor of Chula Vista gets 60% of a Superior Court judge for California, and then the council members get 40% of what the mayor gets. I'm not sure where they came up with that. Other cities, I believe Newport Beach and some others, follow the government code, which I think is 34516, which breaks down for general law cities how much city councils members would be paid. And I believe Torrance's current population would be $1,900 a month. And I'm sure there's other ones out there that I just can't think of off the top of my head.
Minimum wage, maybe?
Minimum wage would be another one. It'd be kind of, I guess, to figure out how many hours do you work, I guess. So have to keep time cards.
I think if there's any language that says that that mayor and council are part-time, we could strike that out. I didn't find it in the 46 pages, but I thought I read that somewhere. Are you looking for us to pick one, or those, you could bring back those?
I could bring back those and any other ones that if you have any off the top of your head.
Okay, so this is, since we're going down the list, does any council member have any? Councilman Tucci has clicked in. Are you chiming in on this one right now? Particular one?
No, I mean, obviously converting the city treasurer and city clerk to appointed is something that I would support putting on the ballot. I would also support a pay raise for city council. I think at the bare minimum, should be the minimum wage. At the bare minimum, I think that's. And I also don't consider this a part-time job. I think most of us put more than part-time into this, but something to discuss, I guess. Let's see, which one was it?
So you're agreeing, if there's language that says it's part-time, we should remove it?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Since we're on item 3, are there any others that we want some feedback from the council before? I've been going down the list, so we'll kind of stop there. For now, we can always come back to it. I mean, thank you, City Attorney, for giving us some that we've talked about in the past, and we can always come back to it. With respect to item 4, I think it makes sense because we already demonstrated we did that for at least 2 years, I think, right? Even after the measure failed for the charter amendment, that we actually demonstrated that we can do that. That might depend on the item 1. How do we reconcile that one?
Yeah, so those are kind of mutually exclusive.
Okay.
So if you wanted to make the position appointed, you'd probably then, if the idea was then to consolidate, you'd probably bring that back at a later charter amendment. So you'd probably, if you would probably make the first 2, if you wanted to proceed with that, you'd probably make the first 2 positions appointed, then at some point later do a charter amendment to consolidate.
You can't do 4 unless 1 is successful.
Correct.
Okay, so, Councilman.
Just a question about the subject.
Go ahead, yeah.
If it becomes appointed, wouldn't it be just done by appointment?
I guess that could be if it's an appointed position, I guess it could be a reorg.
Yeah, because I think we would need another.
Yeah, you wouldn't actually need another charter. You just do a reorganization at that point.
Sorry, I jumped in front of Kalani.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on the subject.
Okay.
No, I just feel, I'm going to feel strongly about this one, that I like the checks and balances. I like the dual control.
Okay.
We call it dual control in finance, in banking. I like the checks and balance, the fact that there's 2 people watching over ins and outs.
Okay. Thanks for sharing that. I was going down the list. Is there something you want to kick in, Councilman Sheikh, at this moment?
Yes. I'm not sure, but someone was telling me there are some interns that city council can appoint for some kind of help. Does any of the cities have any interns to help city council?
I don't think, you wouldn't need that in your charter.
Oh, you don't need that?
No, because an intern is a voluntary position or a lower paid position. That'd be something that you can handle through the budget process.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. All right, so it looks like number 4 could happen by itself if 1 goes in the future. It could be like a city manager says, yeah, we could do that. All right, item 5, potentially changing system, city election date. I think that Councilman Griffith suggested that. my suggestion is we look into that as November and maybe just see, compare to what we're doing now.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I?
There you go.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't see it.
May
Councilman
I,
Tucci.
yeah, may I also, I guess, reinforce the idea of runoffs. I do like the idea of runoffs, especially for a mayor's position when you have multiple individuals running for mayor. But I would definitely want that runoff election to be the lowest cost possible, which I think you already mentioned doing the mail-in ballots, right? Yeah. Especially if we are going to save some money, if we are going to do it in the same amendment, charter amendment, to change it to November, if that particular move actually saves money, then maybe we can invest some money into doing runoff elections for both the district elections and also for the mayor's election. But I guess that would also it would also apply to city clerk and city treasurer if they would get less than 50%, right?
Yeah, any winner take all.
Yeah, winner take all. Okay.
Yeah, understand. I mean, I disagree. I just think that, the existing system. But we could talk about it.
Yeah.
Looking at the.
I just don't like
the.
I don't like the idea of having a minority elect somebody that's going to be governing.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm just saying, even at large, when we used to be at large, and before we went to district, the fact that the city went to a district, sometimes you take some of the good and some of the bad that goes along with it, without spending more costs. That's just my opinion, but we could definitely look at and weigh the pros and cons in another hearing. Okay, Councilman Sheikh.
To keep it simple, I agree with what you just said.
Oh. Thank you. I'm still trying to go down the list because I think I'm going on the guidance so that I don't go off. Let's see. Potentially, okay, changing date, city clerk and city attorney, and those previous amendments to the charter that were adopted by the voters, but.
Yeah, there's some that
Okay.
just, when the clerk and I looked at it back in 2019, there was a couple that just didn't either seem to get codified or were erroneously codified, so we just wanted to kind of clear that up. But if we're doing a big update, that shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so I would say that, I would suggest yes on that. Item 7, amending provisions related to positions of treasurer and city clerk in regards to minimum requirements.
That looks like it's going to be handled in 10A1, so
Yes.
that wouldn't be part of this.
Okay. Any other city charter that council wants to modify? I guess this is a kind of open. Is there something that has not been brought up yet?
Probably restrict the time. Just kidding.
You mean the length of council meetings? I guess some cities actually do that, I think. They say maybe at 10 p.m. we're done, or whatever, right?
Yeah, the planning commission has that they won't take up things after 11 unless they vote positively to keep going, which they sometimes do anyways because they have a lot of development. So I guess it's kind of a rule that they break all the time.
Okay. I think that was a little bit of a joke, but okay. I just want to make sure, since it was spoken in public, I just want to make sure I clarify that it was a joke. And I think item 9 is some cleanup in language.
Kind of what Mr. Brown was saying earlier, that it's the charter's written masculine because it was written in 1947. So
Well, thank you, City Attorney. Any other items from the City Council that we think we should add before we go to the public? Okay. Let me make sure I got this right here. We'll now take public comment on agenda item 10A2. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. I don't think I need to ask Madam Clerk at this moment. I see one person's already on there. Mr. Ng?
Yes, thank you very much. This is what I really came for, but that's okay. One comment is that I do math for fun, there is a mathematically robust way to fix the minority gets elected, and it's called rank choice voting. Alaska does it, other states have converted to doing it. One election, one and done. It just takes computers and mathematics so that you don't need to have a physical runoff. You don't cost any more money. You just count it the right way the first time. And that's mathematically robust. There have been mathematical other algorithms that are shown to not be robust, including runoffs. This one works. So I wanted to say that. But what I really came to talk about, I gave you a page, a proposed amendment to the city charter on Article 12, Section 1230, and this has to do with public safety. You all have a copy, but I really think that for all matters of public health and safety where the Torrance City officials believe they have the discretion to publicly release or withhold that information, just for public health and safety, that information shall be publicly released within 30 days from receipt, with all proprietary and confidential information properly redacted. There's no excuse for not letting the public know about things involving public health and safety. And so I think the people need this kind of robustness against having information being hidden. The other page I did in orals was an example of how much gets missed.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak?
I just want to reiterate, I said it before, I would rather we go just to, one-day voting, paper ballot, show your license, identification. And that's, get away from the drop boxes, get away from the mail-in. Let's keep it real, keep it honest, and that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? I don't see any. At this moment, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Looks like we, at this moment, I just want to make sure we're doing this right. Does the council wish to take action on this matter? Now, in terms of the action, should the motion, did we sort of do that or already?
I mean, if the council kind of feels, I didn't hear any dissent, except a little bit on the runoff. And that's, so we can bring back information on that. The city clerk can see if she can get information from the county on costs of that and runoff. And then she can also report back on the cost or her ability to do a mail-in ballot. The other items I can bring back for the council to consider.
Can I ask you a question since you say that?
Sure.
If the clerk is looking at a potential mail-in ballot, that could apply for our regular election too then, right?
You'd have to change the code. We brought that during COVID, I think in 2020, May of 2020, and the council rejected it. So we'd have to bring back, but that's actually in our code, not in the charter.
Okay, so that's not a charter amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it triggered a thought. I mean, we're gonna go simple, easy. Why don't we do that simple, easy all the time?
And the council can keep, adding things or subtracting things as we go along. Obviously, we'll have a second hearing. By obviously the time of the third hearing, you can add stuff, but we have to be ready to finalize it at that third hearing. Then we have to wait 21 days before we actually add it to the ballot, if that's what the council chooses to do.
So at this moment, we're probably looking for some guidance on how do we make the wording in the motion then?
So I guess if everyone kind of agrees what was discussed, or at least in broad pictures, you could just say that the city attorney would return with language based on our discussions tonight at the second public hearing on April 23rd. And I think I can bring that back and bring various language. And I can also bring back other language from other charters, just if there's areas of our charter that needs to be improved for obviously council's consideration.
That sounds good. We just need a motion.
What he said in a second? No.
Yes, exactly.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Griffith?
I just wanted to verify that that would include finding out additional information about potential changes to the 30-day residency and potential regulations on PAC special interest money in elections.
We can look into those and see if we're preempted or if there's a way to look into that. We can bring that back as well.
All right. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Super. I think we did 10C. Okay, no agency agendas. There are no second readings. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Did I miss something here? Oh, did I miss 10B? Sorry about that. Oh. Yeah, that was done in the closed session, right? Okay. Sorry about that.
We just put it on an open in case they choose to have open, then it's there.
All right. So where was I? Speakers on oral are limited to oral communications 1 or oral communications number 2 and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. If you're bringing items to share, please bring 11 copies. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on oral communications 2 that did not speak on oral communications 1? You have 1 minute.
I just wanted to apologize for last time. I didn't realize when I was saying what I was saying, but just that. And is there any other thought? Let's see. We were talking about fireworks on the 4th of July, like not being able to do it at Wilson Park. You said it was because of Scrock, because there was some like potential for a fire hazard. And I was just wondering, what if you, I don't know, is there a way we can work around that? Maybe just have fire department on hand for that night, you know, pay them a little overtime and so we can have Wilson Park again for fireworks. It's just such a better place to have it. And it's easily accessible for everybody. And that's it. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak? If not, we're going to go to the council. And tonight we'll start with Councilwoman Lewis.
I have nothing for tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
I got nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. First, excuse me. Happy Ramadan to all those who observe Ramadan. The second, congratulations to Councilwoman Lewis for award that you got. I'm looking at the, oh yes, the Women of Influence Award of Excellence. This award, I will never get it, no matter how hard I try. Okay. And I think this is it. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to just again welcome back our council member Sheikh, who we missed and are glad you're back with us and feeling better.
Thank you.
Additionally, I want to congratulate Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Kalani on your reelections. Looks like those numbers should hold. I don't want to jinx anything, but I feel confident in wishing you congratulations. I'll reserve judgment on District 6's election since it's pretty close. But thank you all for those who voted and took advantage of your opportunity to participate in our government. That's all. Thank you.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. A reminder to people in District 1, I'll be holding a community meeting on March 27th, 6 p.m. at the North Torrance Library. And I'm going to theme it as the State of the District, since that seems to be a recurring theme this month. So I look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Mine's going to be a little longer. So just before 12 started about a 3-week celebration in the Persian culture called Nowruz. Started last night with Chahar-Shambe Sharif, where we jump fire and say, take our darkness and give me your light. I'm translating from Farsi right now. And Tuesday is the New Year. It's celebrated around the world by not just Persians, but also people of faiths such as the Muslim faith. And we'll be gathering as a family. It's the first day of spring. It's Tuesday night at 8:06, I think, when the actual equinox makes a change. So there's a lot of celebrations. It's a beautiful holiday about new birth and new beginnings and giving gifts. And instead of Santa Claus, there's Uncle of the New Year, Amo Nowruz, brings gifts to kids. It's just such a wonderful celebration. So be in good thoughts next Tuesday. Come over to our house if you like. Have some celebrations. And I'll say to my beautiful Persian friend, Eid Shuma Mubarak, it means Happy New Year. Good night.
Thank you. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thank you to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you miss any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And I see that our city attorney has the right lapel. And for happy St. Patrick's Day.
And to you as well, I have to thank Mr. Santana because I left mine in my desk and Danny loaned me his.
Very good. And at this time, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Your Honor, we're actually going into closed session.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
my bad. We're not taking a motion to adjourn. We're gonna recess to
we almost
closed
did.
session. Good morning, it's 1:50 a.m. We've just returned from closed session. City Manager, anything to report out?
Good morning, Your Honor. Nothing to report. Thank you.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of District 2 resident Michael Hogue, who was also the founder of Conquer the Bridge, and adjourn the meeting until Tuesday, March 26, 2024.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you and good night.